my gosh, there's a lot of Tekken songs in the roll today. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the meme stream. I'm the host of the Nightmare, Shark300, and I'm happy to have you. What's going on? Today's stream might be a little bit shorter. It just depends on how things shake out. It just really depends on how things shake out. Thank you, Paige, for the 6 months. Oh, actually, sorry. Whoops. Thank you, Beef, for the for becoming a member. And Shark. Oh my goodness, Shark-ay. That's French Shark. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thanks. Andre Girl, thank you so much for becoming a member. I can't see on my end for some reason, but I think somebody just gifted subs. Is that right? Thank you to whoever gifted subs. I have no clue why, but on my end it's not showing me it. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Sophia, thank you.
Shark, hog.
Jackson Bartolome, thank you for becoming a member on the website, a member on the YouTube channel. Remember, if you become a member, you can check some videos early, get them early, as well as sometimes they do some stuff for the members themselves too. Ask them some questions about some videos, what to cover next. They get to make some suggestions too. So yeah, becoming a member is pretty fun. Nice to see you all. So yeah, I'm glad to see you all. I'm glad to see you. Glad to see you. We have some stuff to talk about today, from Donald Trump becoming desperate, like really desperate, when it comes to running his campaign, as Kamala Harris pulls away in both the polls, and also when it comes to public opinion. Things are starting to look not too good for the boy. On top of that, Donald Trump's desperation has led him to what he knows best as the non-ideological dirty dog he is, the pathetic dog he is, to just saying anything that comes to his mind that he thinks will get him more votes, which has led to a MAGA civil war. They are warring with each other at the moment. Things are looking not too hot. Things are looking not too hot for the boy. I want to show you some of that because it's starting to get a little bad. I'm going to be honest with you. Some of the warring has gotten pretty sad. Trump's desperation even led him to making fun of his desperation led him to disrespecting Arlington National Cemetery, which is our national cemetery for those who are killed in wars. He has it's getting bad there, where he had some of his campaign staff jump one of the Arlington Cemetery officials so he could get a photo op at the cemetery with some of the family members of some of the people who died, to be able to use it against Kamala Harris to hopefully win back some votes that he lost. It got bad. It got bad. They actually jumped that guy. It was terrible. They jumped him, and then they called him mentally ill after they jumped him. It was crazy. We talked about it a little bit last stream, but ever since then, more stuff has come out about it, and it's only gotten worse. It's only gotten so much worse. Why does Twitter have all the art? It's just because of this, okay? Twitter specifically. Yo, babe, could you hand me my my tablet? I should have my tablet down there, side of the wall. If you can hand it to me. It's just, Twitter is just built different, okay? Here's the thing: the way you can interact with posts on Twitter, and how Twitter is built around both text and thank you, baby. Text and video, it just makes it way better for usage, just kind of normally, than all of the other platforms. If I'm just going to be honest with you, because Facebook is for because Facebook honestly is like for criminals and old people and old criminals. Instagram is like it's only picture based. It's only vertical picture based. Outside of vertical pictures and videos, Instagram completely falls flat when it comes to like any. You can't just write a post or something like that. Like the way you can share art, and talk about art, and talk about ways on how to make art through Twitter, because it handles both horizontal and vertical video, as well as is perfectly able to handle text and video with vertical and horizontal at the same time. Is just it's just something no other platform has really been able to do correctly, because Twitter was specifically made for that, and other platforms have to like shoehorn and ramshackle their way into being like TikTok light. You know, they want to be like a mix of like TikTok and Twitter at the same time, and it's really ugly. It's really ugly and usually fails. That's why Elon blowing up Twitter and making it into like a Nazi playground is just kind of sad, because there's really no other platform like Twitter. Just the way in which you can interact with people and interact with content is just way better, in my opinion, than a lot of other websites. I just think it's the way in which you can interact with content. People share content, share ideas, bounce them off of each other. It's just, there's a reason for why Twitter has incredibly inordinate power in the social media sphere compared to its relative size, because Twitter is one of the smallest mainstream social media platforms, but like Twitter is where all the stuff happens. Right. Right, like people like you can catch breaking news on Twitter. Like politicians give like the most important updates like via their Twitter and stuff like that. I mean, like, remember Joe Biden dropped out of the race through Twitter. He didn't like, you know, set up like a podium in the Rose Garden or something and then start talking to and like ask the press pool to come by. Nah, he just like when a staffer just like pressed upload. Like a staffer just pressed a tweet on his Twitter account, and that's how he said he was going to drop out of the race. Like that's just something that you can't get on. Like, I'm sorry, but like Kamala Harris isn't going to announce anything through like Instagram or Facebook, and nobody else is either. I made a Twitter account for that. Yeah, there's a lot, just the way in which you can share content. Twitter just does it better than like the way Twitter is organized does it better than any other platform. You really just cannot you just can't possibly have independent journalists giving you live updates about a current event on Facebook or Instagram the same way you can Twitter. It's just like, are you kidding me? Can you imagine like an independent journalist trying to cover like the DNC play by play, like as things happen on like Instagram? No, I can't even think about how that would really work out. It just sounds really weird, because sometimes they would have to write a post, and like you can't just write something on Instagram. You can't just write like a post. It doesn't work like that. So you have to throw up some random fucking so when you want to just say something on Instagram, you have to like either write it and then take a screenshot and then upload it as a picture, or, which is a lot of work, I'm going to be honest with you, or you have to have like B-roll for everything that you want to type out, which is just dumb. It's just simply not built for it. A lot less effort with Twitter. Yeah, it's just the way in which it was built is just way better. I don't know, all the other social media platforms are just kind of ass when it comes to that specifically. Like like YouTube like kind of comes close a little bit, but you have to, the way in which it's just more work to kind of upload a YouTube video and stuff, and you don't really live update people with YouTube videos. I mean, what are you talking about? What do you mean? I guess they could. I guess you could like upload videos You could upload like 10-second videos and then write like posts in your community tab. I guess you could if you really wanted to, like push comes to shove. But like Twitter and the way Twitter works is just it's just simply way better. Yeah, there's a reason why it has more pull than the people who actually use it. And the people who don't want to use it, more likely than not, depending on what you do, the likelihood of you having to be on Twitter, at least like be able to be knowledgeable about Twitter and what's going on there, is way higher than other platforms. I'm just gonna tell you this right now. My ass has never. I think I've had to go to Facebook like 5 years. I guess it's been a little while, right? In like the 4 or 5 years that I've been like doing at least somewhat of this style of content online, I've gone to Facebook I think twice, maybe 4 times in total, for any of the content that I make, for any of the stories that I make. I could usually either just pull up a news article or just pull up I could pull up a news article or pull up Twitter. Just those 2 things. News articles for people with like really well thought out, you know, like actual professionals, and actual professionals giving you like giving you the quick and dirty, the quick and nasty. Those 2 things. Outside of that is just, what? Only go to Facebook for the marketplace? True. You're so right. I only have Facebook for the marketplace. You're so right. You're honestly cooking. I absolutely only go to Facebook for the marketplace. 100%. I've sold stuff through the marketplace. I've bought stuff through the marketplace. That's it. That's really it. I think I've wrote like 2 Facebooks, 2 books, 2 faces, 2 Facebook posts in my entire life, because I attempted to use it. But like ever since I was young, I was like, Facebook is really for old people. I hate to be the one to say it, but like I was surprised when we moved here to Kentucky, and there are kids who like genuinely use their Facebook account like to talk to each other. I was like, what do you mean you use your Facebook to talk to each other and to like keep up with your actual friends? I thought you only have Facebook in order to like follow your grandma or something. You're telling me you actually talk to people on Facebook? Are you serious? Streamer, are you serious? It's bloated now? Yeah, Facebook is just entirely, it's crazy bloated. And I only use it for the marketplace, just as you said. I mean, I actually got this chair from the Facebook marketplace. I'm gonna be honest. There was a guy like right up the road who was selling it, and I was like, "Ooh, chair!" It's like a $150 like $200 chair. I bought it for him for like $60. It's kind of broke, but it works. It works just fine. So I mean, all these years I haven't had to get a new chair since. Did you see that there's like speaking of social media platforms, did you see on TikTok that there's like a whole new brand of comedy, and it's making fun of JD Vance? Like JD Vance being so cringe has opened up a new lane of comedy, and a whole new opportunity for band kids and drama kids to be able to use their chops to start making JD Vance impersonations. This guy is good. Like he looks like him too. I promise you, this actually isn't JD Vance.
Hey, I'm JD Vance, and I'm running for vice president. With whom? I'd rather not say. Well, I'll just get whatever a normal human person would get. You,
yes,
and what
yes.
do you do for work? Right, you work in a donut shop. What's that? It's a donut? Okay, and what about that? It's also a donut? Okay. How long you been here? How long have you been a black at a job? How long have you been black? I'm sorry. Hey folks, she doesn't want to be on camera, so just blur her face out. And while you're at it,
the eyeliner is crazy, dude.
blur my face out too. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm so sad. I'm so tired. Hey, you don't have any like lean protein back there, right? Like some Soylent or tilapia or something? No, just donuts.
Cod?
Donut. It's like a beignet or a croquembouche. I would love to eat those again. Have you ever been to Paris? What if we tried this over again and I went somewhere else? Oh my God, I just want to die. How long have you been here?
I just want to die. Oh, it's actually so good. JD Vance when he has to talk to another fucking plebeian to get good boy points on the internet.
I say over and over and over again, I hate being alive, I hate being alive, I hate breathing, I hate being alive. I'm in tremendous pain, I'm in tremendous pain.
Fuck, another pleb, really? Another, God, please, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh, please don't send me into another shop with one of those, man. I'm begging you. Please, anything but this. Oh, replace me with RFK Jr. or something. Just anything, please. Oh, it's getting terrible out there.
How long have I been in here? It feels like 30 years. Hey, is there like a fridge back there you can put me in and lock it? I'm and I do not want to do this anymore.
Funny meme. Another JD Vance. Wait, I got don't worry, I got a couple of these loaded up. Wait, once I got a couple of these loaded up. Don't even sweat it. Don't even. When I told you that there's like a couple of, when there's like a couple of them, I was being serious. Okay? No games, no memes, no jokes. Let me see. Where was that? I was scrolling to make sure I got them all. Yeah, don't worry. Here's another 4 that we got loaded. Oh, wait, no, there was this one too. This one was funny too. JD Vance trying to make small talk with another service worker.
Have you tried the lasagna? It's my favorite.
Give me that.
Did you catch a game last night?
Mm-hmm.
Is it still hot out there? Do you like hot fudge sundaes?
Yeah.
All right. You like hot fudge sundaes? Is it hot out there? You catch the game last night? Hey, how's it going? How long you been here? First time here? Seemed like it get TOS very fast. Fuck you, Leatherman. The leather store is 3 doors down. Fuck you. No, fuck you, Leatherman. I don't like that being a cashier sucks. I don't make small talk with people. I didn't make small talk with people when I was a cashier. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, like every now and again, I would say some or the other, but it wouldn't be like normal small talk. Well, it wouldn't be normie small talk like that. You know what I mean? It would be like they have something on them. They were doing something. They're going somewhere that I could actually like pull up and say something about. You know, not just like you catch the game last night. Like, what are you talking about? What?
Hey America, JD Vance here, and I wanted to remind all of you that if Kamala Harris is president, it's...
Dude, white boys with beards have been eating so good ever since JD Vance's weird ass has hit the scene because they all instantly got an acting job on TikTok.
It's curtains for being a guy and doing guy stuff, like shooting a hoop, or tipping back a Coors Light.
I love Coors.
Or pumping weights. Or letting your friend from Silicon Valley have some of your blood to make him younger. Or yell at son. And I heard the Democrats want to make it illegal to eat meat, so you couldn't even hunt for fish in the hills of Appalachia. And I won't stand for that.
Boy, I love Appalachia. That's where my people came from. I let Peter Thiel suck my blood straight from my wrist. His lips caress my veins. and he pays me $500,000 every time he do it too.
Hello, I would like to order some normal donuts, please.
Good Lord, the eyes are great. Oh my goodness, his eyes go crazy, dude. But why is he peeping like that, man? Get this guy out of here. He thinks he's Gojo.
Oh, sorry, you scared me. Ha ha ha! Fear, one of the 3 human emotions. Yeah, I guess. I see several of these are seasoned with some sort of colorful pellets. You mean sprinkles? Stinkles? Sprinkles. Are sprinkles some sort of gay thing? Is that a gay donut? I don't think so.
Don't feed me
donuts, please. Do you have?
Don't feed me the gay donut, please, God. Don't feed me the gay donut.
Any that are gray or maybe navy blue? I like this khaki donut here. You mean the plain one? Yes, 1 khaki plain, please. Hey, man. It's okay if you've never been to a donut shop before. I love to be in donut shop where regulars like us are doing commerce and friendship. Sure.
Lord help me.
Tell me more about the hole in the donut. What could I? Is there anything I can?
Good Lord, no, please. What do you do with that? What you do with that hole, huh?
I'm enjoying our.
He's like a sim. He's like an evil sim. You ever think about that?
Usually stroll in the park as a human does, and I thought I would interact with some other humans that I come across. Here comes one now. Hello, I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice president.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
So how long have you been walking for?
Today or in general?
Okay, good.
Oh, wait.
I think this is going pretty good so far.
Good. Okay, good.
I elderly figure with a smaller human being. Hi, I'm JD Vance. How old are you, little girl?
I'm 8.
8? Wow, I was 8 once. How about you, Mom? Were you ever 8?
Was I ever 8?
Okay, good.
Mom, can we go home? Yes, honey, run to the car.
Oh, look at that. Another human being with a smaller creature attached to a leash. Hi, I'm JD Vance. What's that?
Are you asking what kind of breed he is?
For how long?
For how old he is or how long I've had him?
How long have you been walking?
I'm sorry, are you asking how our walk?
Okay, good.
Good.
I love to mingle with the people. Here comes...
Good Lord. Okay, good. Man, it's so crazy how he genuinely, you know how we talk about like how money changes you, about how like once you reach a new class, like the type of class that you're in changes who you are as a person. Why we're skeptical of money and rich people. I think JD Vance is like the kind of the perfect example of that, of somebody who was born in a more normal and you know, the poorer background. Only I can imagine at some point he was able to interact with normal people, but ever since he got rich and went to Silicon Valley and became a venture capitalist and became like the toy of like a multi-billionaire investor in Silicon Valley, like he simply changed. The people who he just hung around, who was around him, the expectations on him were he was just living in a completely different world than your average human being. And then like going back, he just completely forgot how to do it. Do you know somebody, maybe you are one yourself, like somebody who spends just way too much time online or on Discord or something, and then out of nowhere you accidentally bring like the type of bullshit you say in Discord chat with your internet friends who you keep making plans to see from across the world, but you know you'll never be able to actually do it. You accidentally let the Discord like bleed into the real world, and you're like, oh, I wasn't supposed to say that. Oh no. He's like kind of that, but like the evil money world that he comes from. You know Reed Summers, Cyclops from Marvel, like the X-Men. He's kind of like JD Vance is kind of like if the portals behind his eyes, Cyclops' eyes, instead of it being a universe made completely out of energy, it's like he has a portal in his heart that links directly to a universe made out of $100 bills. And he lost connection. He lost connection to the world that we live in. That boy got a single dollar in him, and everything changed just like that. Scott Summers, my bad. Scott Summers, not Reed Summers. Sorry. I'm not as big of a comic nerd as my father. Okay, so
there's another one now. Hi, I'm JD Vance. How did you install those little wheels under your feet?
You mean my rollerblades?
Okay, good. So how long have you been walking?
Walking
Walking where? Okay, good.
Please
My
stop.
vessel is starting to crave food.
Vessel's craving food. I'm not sure if you guys saw this, but they sent JD Vance out again. His donut shop adventure went so bad that they actually had him try to do it again. He had to go. They forced him to go to another plebeian shop and work with the plebs, try to work the plebs for votes. But this time he went to a place where I think it was root beer floats, right? So he was trying to get people root beer floats. So now he's like so he's trying to get people these drinks. He had to pick them up. You see, he's struggling. He's a little scared. My man picks up a single tray and they start clapping for him. Okay, cool. But he usually doesn't have to pick up drinks like this. This guy has never served a human in his entire. The only people he served is his billionaires in Silicon Valley. He has never served a person at a at a restaurant before. You can see it. Oh my gosh. He's so. Oh my gosh. Wait, okay, chat. Just 1 second. I saw this meme like the other day, and I just think it's so poignant to what he said. Remember how I said like it's like the person that you know who just forgot how to interact with people in like the real world because they spend too much time like alone at home in their room online, like on Discord and Twitter and stuff. This is what JD Vance, that's actually what JD Vance is. But instead of like hanging out in like furry RP discords or whatever, or like gaming anime discords and Twitter circles with like some with that vaguely political that gets vaguely political every now and again with like some political memes. He's like actually the Twitter conservative weirdo, but just this is what they act like in real life, like genuinely, right? This is what he just acts like in real life. It's so weird. Did you hear what he said there? He's like, take these off my hands before I drop them in front of the media. It's just, dog, what? Like, fuck the media, am I right, guys? Reporters, journos, journos, right? Journos do suck. Oh man, dude. The journos would hate this almost as much as they hate the American people. Oh, dude. I'm like, if you guys remember, like JD Vance was literally sitting in a Discord call with like 14-year-old like conservative, like chud, like chud TikTok boys, where they would teach him, like conservative fucking internet slang. Wait, legit? Yes, he was in a Twitter group chat with like 14-year-old conservative boys where they would teach him and show him like conservative memes and like 4chan lingo. And so when he starts saying stuff like that and then starts like revealing parts of that to himself, just so you know, that's where he got it from in like the Twitter chats with like 14-year-old conservative like Andrew Tate loving TikTok boys. Yeah, actually, yes, 100%. I'm not even joking. Yes, I can pull some up for you if you'd like to see it. But yeah, like this is exactly what I was talking about. Somebody made this meme, and it was like like riffing on JD Vance's weird interactions with normal people. But it was like JD Vance goes to another shop, and he's like, "What's that?" And they're like, "It's a milkshake," and he said, "Oh, okay." Do you got one that tastes like shit so we can feed it to the media? Like, what? Dog, what? Do you got one that tastes like shit so we can feed it to the camera guys over there? Like, dude, I don't like nobody acts like this ever. Based. Okay. You shake that milk by hand? Wait, Ooh, somebody put out a story with it. Is it true that JD Vance was in a political chat with teenage boys? Consulting his esteem advisors. Oh no. So weird that it's just an open secret that the sitting Republican senators, Vance, are just in DMs with high schoolers on this app about politics. Like we're the adults in the situation. I was an admin of this group chat. There was no high schoolers, lol. Most of the participants were 20 somethings who worked in politics or media, and Vance would occasionally pop in to update us on his campaign, thank us for our support, ask questions, or clown one of us. And then they were just talking. Participants in this very group chat are mentioning 17-year-olds, lol. Unless they're dropouts, you did have high schoolers there. I'm telling you, it was real. It's real. And here's one of the people who was actually there to be like, yeah, I was one of the mods in that group chat with the little boys. Most of them were like 20 somethings. He says. It's just him being a weirdo. There have been nothing about there's been nothing about him actually doing anything like illegal as far as we've seen, but it's just kind of weird behavior. Here's a screenshot from the group chat actually. Reminder that Vance is in group chats with far right 16-year-old boys. I'm politically asking this person to follow me back. Yo, Akron, celeb is thirsty. This is JD Vance. Okay, this is him here, his actual Twitter account. Celeb, it is so over. Just practicing my cool kid lingo with the Simps chat. What the fuck? Yo, Akron, celeb is thirsty. Caleb is thirsty. He's thirsty. Dog, what did you just say? Hey guys, I'm just practicing my cool kid lingo in the Simp chat. Wells is about to crash out. I'm so excited to debate Walls in this in our upcoming vice presidential debate. He's gonna crash out before it's over. He's such a simp. Vice president for a woman. Yo, Trump is so pog. You might want to vote for him. Skibbity Rizzler. He's got that gat for sure. Who would ever vote for that virgin loser Kamala Cringer? Inflation Andy much? She's gonna get totally mogged on by Trump in the debate soon. It's gonna be over. Hey Kamala, gonna ask Act Blue to be your juicer again? Hawk to it to the polls, bro. Go vote maxing hard. Oh, you should get thirsty for that ballot. My lord. I don't care if Kamala's black or Indian. Both races are an L to me. Total L, bro. Get mogged on. Genuinely, am I in hell? Oh. Look at those losers and their human emotions. Sharkle, please, it hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, did I crash out there? Oh, man. Oh, so the 19th Amendment is on the chopping block.
Thank you. Mom, she got you. All right, sounds good. Here we go.
All right, all right. Sure, yeah. Would you kiss my baby? I give it a little pat on the head. Hey, looks like someone's thirsty. All right, JD. Okay, buddy. He's such an alien. He really has, he has no idea how to interact with normal people anymore. It's completely lost on him now. It's called being from Ohio. He's such a freak, man.
So, now, while we're on the subject of their convention, she said something else at her convention. She said, and I don't know if you paid attention here, she said there are going to be extremely serious consequences for voting for Donald Trump. Now, Kamala, I've got two responses to that. First of all, that is not a very presidential thing to say.
How
Is she
long
the
have
vice?
you been streaming? Okay, good.
How long you been streaming? Okay, good. Thank you so much, Jardar Vance. Thank you, Jardar Vance. I appreciate you. Thanks for the $10 tip. Thanks for the love. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's very good. Okay, good.
Responses to that. First of all, that is not a very presidential thing to say. Is she the vice president or the vice principal? Warning about very serious consequences, whining at people for telling.
Was that supposed to be a joke? Vice president or the vice principal? Okay, man.
Telling a joke instead of trying to persuade them that she deserves to be their president. I'm sick of people like that. But second, It's the substance, because the extremely serious consequences, Kamala, have come from your leadership as Vice President of the United States. Americans can't afford groceries because of your leadership, Kamala. Young people can't afford homes.
Okay. Okay, buddy. Dude, they hate this guy so much. Have you guys been seeing that they've been trying to kind of like soft replace him with RFK Jr.? Did you guys see that? It's gotten bad. I mean, like, it's not like Trump is any less cringe himself. I want to talk about that here in a second. It's not like Trump is really necessarily any less cringe himself. I'm not sure if you saw this the other day, but Trump pretended to bring pizzas to a president. Sorry, he pretended to bring pizzas to a Pennsylvania like campaign office. Look. You can see how that box is completely empty. Look at the way he's moving it, right? Like it was tilted down here, like right after he got it. You know for a fact, if there was actually pizza in here, it would start sliding around. You didn't hear it slide. You didn't see no slide. The box is just kind of like wafting around as he's holding it. There's nothing in there. They actually handed him. So what happened, just so you know, is that they had pizza, and then Donald Trump came. But they wanted this to look like he brought them pizzas because he's like so cool and relatable and nice. So they used some of the empty boxes of pizzas that they had and then filmed him coming into the room with the pizza boxes, to make it look like he brought them pizzas. This is where I put my pizza if I had one. Because look, like this is supposed to be like he's bringing them pizza, right? Whoa, thanks Trump for bringing us pizza. There's only one problem. For one, the boxes are completely empty. You can easily see that. And there's already pizzas. They're already pizzas, and like they're stacked perfectly, an even amount of pizzas too, an even amount of pizza boxes. So he took one from here and one from here, emptied them, or they were already empty, and then walked out of the door. Someone started filming, and he walked back in with empty pizza boxes for that. Like there's already he didn't bring pizza. Who's whimpering behind the camera? It's one of his press staffers or something, like crying that he's breathing the same air as him. Maybe he like he walked by and he could smell him a little bit and he started to cry. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Oh my god!
Oh! Okay, bro, calm down, dude. What is that's? I didn't notice that, but you're so right. Like the way he started whimpering behind it, like quaking and crying and shaking, like that, the fact that he's so close to Donald Trump, like I don't know, man, like the Secret Service is gonna take that guy away. He's also a shooter, if you know what I mean. Like this is a problem. The way he sounds, Donald Trump, oh my gosh. Yo, Trump needs to bring him a spare change of pants after this. Oh, we got another shooter here, boys. Calm down. This is crazy. Trump. He's crying. He's actually whimpering. That's crazy. Oh my god, it's Trump. 2 pizzas. Oh my god. They're so weird. They are really weird. It is so, you're so right. I just didn't notice that, but like, okay, buddy. You're such a peculiar person. Have we talked about Arlington? No, not yet. Not yet. Where was, you don't have to do that, Pup. I appreciate you though. Thank you. Thank you, Pup. Big ups, Pup. Big ups. Yeah, wait, okay, so this is what I was talking about, okay? Look, Benny Johnson, this is the 2024 ticket. That's not JD Vance. You know Donald Trump's actual running mate, like the actual bottom of the ticket guy, like the actual VP candidate, like that's not JD Vance. This is the 2024 ticket. 28,000 conservative likes. They're actually trying to replace JD Vance. They've actually done a soft coup on their candidate. They did a soft coup on their candidate to install, and now they all just want people to believe it's actually RFK who's the VP pick and not JD Vance. Mind you, when was the last time you saw JD Vance and Donald Trump together? Have you seen it? I think he's actually trying to avoid him. Something that we haven't talked about, some of you may have heard it, but the campaign's plan was to station was the station JD Vance in Pennsylvania for like the entirety of the election cycle. So for the next like 2.5 months, they want JD Vance to just squat in Pennsylvania. And Donald Trump just hasn't gone to Pennsylvania for a little while. So he's just so Vance is just kind of like off doing his own thing for some time, and he hasn't even they haven't even been pictured in some time. He's actually trying to forget about him. He's trying to pretend he doesn't exist. And these guys are trying to pretend he doesn't exist either. Like JD Vance is not, this is not JD Vance. This guy is not a part of the Trump ticket. But our RFK will remain on the empty ballot. We have a segment dropping about that, I think tomorrow. I believe tomorrow. I want to upload the us going over Trump live tweeting during the DNC. That's going to be, and the fact that he buried his ex-wife at his golf course. That's going to be tonight. Tomorrow should be tomorrow should either be the RFK segment or the Tate segment, but I think I might upload both tomorrow. So look out for that. Hello Shark. Hello. What? Check out the segment. Check out the segment. Listen, if you're a member on the YouTube channel, you can actually watch the segment right now. The Donald Trump live tweeting Kamala Harris's speech during the DNC, where he screams, "Is she talking about me?" And then goes on a 50 tweet screed about how Kamala Harris is so evil and cringe, and how she doesn't deserve to win. But yeah, and talking about some other stuff that happened at the DNC. You can check that out right now if you want to check it out early on the YouTube channel. If you're a member, you can watch it at this moment. That was so funny. She's talking about me? It's so funny, dude. They actually really want to forget this guy exists. Oh man, I wouldn't want to forget that guy exists too if I had to deal with him. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like that boy has become a bit of a liability. I swear, it's gotten bad. And they keep finding more and more clips of JD Vance saying crazy stuff. So he called women without children past their prime. And what they're good for is like helping actually fertile women rear kids once they're done with their like baby making age. He said that like childless cat ladies are deranged and unhinged and shouldn't be able to hold office because they don't know what it's like to be a parent, and only people with offspring should be allowed to hold any power in the country. He said that they were sociopathic. He used that word as well against them, that they're sociopaths if you don't have children. And it just keeps going on, and like the weird stuff that he's been saying it just keeps getting weirder and weirder and weirder. He actually can't help himself. Like, I don't know, like Kamala Harris's team have been pulling up the craziest clips of this guy from God knows where, but like all across the internet, this guy has laid a sort of like shit smelling spider web of insane takes about women and just people and children in general.
And I think our conservative idea is that parents and families should determine what children learn, what values they are brought up with. You know, so many of the leaders of the left, and I hate to be so personal about this, but they're people without kids trying to brainwash the minds of our children. And that really disorients me, and it really disturbs me. Randy Weingarten, who's the head of the most powerful teachers union in the country, she doesn't have a single child. If she wants to brainwash and destroy the minds of children, she should have some of her own and leave ours the hell alone. And I think
if she wants, so the head of a teachers union doesn't have a child, and that means that she's trying to brainwash the masses of Americans' children, and she needs to be stopped. She needs us to leave us the hell alone. Guy's actually out of his mind. He's crazy out of his mind. I do not want to be his kids. I don't think his kids even want to be his kids.
And I wouldn't say that I have fully developed views on this, but to me what it is sort of a value system to replace the fact that they're all fundamentally atheist or agnostic. They have no real value system. Their only value system is achieve in a very conventional way. And so the idea that somehow they're pursuing racial or gender equity is like the value system that gives their life meaning. Well, of course, they all find that value system leads to misery, leads to unhappiness. And so I think that what happens is, like, whenever you really pursue something, right? Like, let's say a doctor gives you a medicine to cure a disease and it doesn't work, right? The patient gets worse. Well, you can conclude one of two things. Either the medicine isn't working, or the patient was so sick that what they need is even more of the medicine that you originally prescribed. And I think the gender inequity stuff is like, we need more of the medicine. Okay, clearly this value set has made me a miserable person who can't have kids because I already, passed the biological period when it was possible. And I live in a 12.
I'm telling you, this guy is actually a Twitter groiper freak who stumbled his way into Silicon Valley and then bought his way into Congress.
1,200 square foot apartment in New York, and I pay $5,000 a month for it, but I'm really better than these other people. What I'm gonna do is project my like racial and gender sensitivities on the rest of them. And like the reason that our society is broken is because these people don't think the exact way that I think. Even though the way that I think has made me a miserable person, I just need to make more people think like that.
Just so you know, this entire Yap session is on women without children, and that's it. He thinks like just women without children think all this crazy stuff when I've never seen projecting this bad in my entire life. Like to save money, theaters could replace all of their equipment with this guy. The amount of projecting that he's doing is genuinely insane. He's just reading off his own thought process and just applying it to random women who just don't have kids. He's lost his mind. For some people who haven't heard the deranged psychopathic, or sociopathic, psychotic, deranged women without children rant that he went on, like, here it is.
There's just these basic cadences of life that I think are really powerful and really, really valuable when you have kids in your life. And the fact that so many people, especially in America's leadership class, just don't have that in their lives, I worry that it makes people more sociopathic and ultimately our whole country a little bit less less mentally stable. And of course, you talk about going on Twitter. Final point I'll make is you go on Twitter, and almost always the people who are most deranged and most psychotic are people who don't have kids at home.
Deranged, psychotic, sociopathic, disconnected from reality. This man has lost his mind. He's so deranged. He's so deranged. He really can't keep it together. Like his whole ideology just wraps around the idea that women are bad. Women who don't pump out children constantly are bad. I mean, it's the same conservative trope that women who aren't pumping out children are not useful to society. And on top of that, not only are they not useful, they're actually detrimental to society because their role in life is to get knocked up and pump out as many babies as they can until they perish. And if they don't perish, then their goal is to help raise more kids because that's what the most useful thing they could do to society is. He's the grossest boy. He also spoke at like Nick Fuentes' AF PAC. He spoke at the AF PAC too. His long history of being against childless cat ladies. He's just like a goober. And you know what all of this has bought him? Wait, no, wait, there's still more. I forgot there's more. I want to get through these JD Vance clips because I got a couple of them, if I'm going to be honest. There's a bunch of them out there.
What's up, guys? It's a scorcher out there. Holy shit. What's up, guys? It's a scorcher out there. Holy shit.
Dude, it's so hot. I'm about to crash out there.
Good to see y'all. You're all sweating, I can see. Yeah, seriously. Thanks, Taylor. All right. We'll go left to right. Yeah, man. What's up, guys?
He's so, I don't know. It's just like the way he moves. It looks like a skit, you know. This looks like somebody's making somebody's making fun of him, but that's actually just how he interacts with the world. He's a scary man. He's kind of scary, if I'm going to be honest with you. He's a bit spooky. The interview he did with Jake Tapper.
Look, the president, I'm sure, will tell the American people how he's going to vote on it eventually, but he wasn't making an announcement last night.
So it was a grammar thing.
Sorry, could you repeat that, John?
It was.
So he's my bad. I don't think this is Jake Tapper. He's being asked a question on CNN about what Donald Trump said about abortion the other night. Because Trump has been flip-flopping on abortion and some other policies because they're getting hammered. They're getting absolutely hammered out there for the abortion thing. And I think it's because the internals show that they're getting obliterated. So Trump's been flip-flopping like crazy. That's something that we're going to be talking about today a little later in the stream. And so he's now trying to, both of them have been trying to clear a lot of things up when it comes to abortion, because like I said, they're getting obliterated on it. And they really don't want to lose this election because of it, but they also don't want to lose like the force women to give the forced birth vote. And so they're trying to dance this like really thin tightrope about this really thin tightrope about abortion, like where it should be, where it might not be. No, we're not for a national abortion ban, but we will help states like enact an abortion ban. But now Trump has the possibility of voting in Florida's abortion referendum, voter referendum that's going to be coming up. And so they asked him about this and he flip-flopped about that. And JD Vance was on having an interview the other day about where Trump's stance on abortion is. And he said that he thinks Trump would veto a national abortion ban, and that got like through their like forced birth contingency into a tizzy. And now he's trying to like kind of walk it back, but not fully walk it back because they need to walk it back because their beliefs are literally insane, but they can't walk it back entirely because that's what their base genuinely believes. So what happened now is that he's being asked these tough questions on something that he really needs to walk a tightrope on. And we're pretty sure that he's pretending that he can't hear some of the questions.
So it was a grammar thing.
Look, the president, I'm sure, will tell the American people how he's going to vote on it eventually, but he wasn't making an announcement last night.
So it was a grammar thing.
Sorry, could you repeat that, John?
It was a grammar thing. It was a speech thing. It was somehow some confusion in the words that he chose. Senator Vance, can you hear me?
Super staticky.
Senator Vance, I may be super staticky. You may not be hearing the loud baritone of my voice here.
It's just so Donald Trump is going to be like voting for or against a national abortion ban. I just what? Huh? What? Huh? What? Guys, I can't hear a thing. I want to answer the question. I love answering hard questions. Guys, help me. I can't hear a thing. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, I bet. Not the selective deafness coming in. Oh, poor buddy. Ooh, what? Huh? It's just, I guess I'm just gonna have to leave. Yeah, I bet. Okay, buddy. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's gotten so bad that even Donald Trump has started. I told you that he hasn't been photoed, hasn't been hanging around JD Vance for a little while. But I'm telling you, man, for this entire month that Harris has been in the race and Walz has been like hammering them with that weird quote. Like even Trump has started to be like, I don't know about this guy, man. Take a look at this. He's starting to distance himself from Vance, even like rhetorically.
Well, they're the weird ones, and if you've ever seen her with the laugh and everything else, that's a weird deal going on there. They're the weird ones. Nobody's ever called me weird. I'm a lot of things, but weird I'm not, and I'm up front, and he's not either, I will tell you. JD is not at all. They are.
I'm not mad. I'm not weird. I'm not weird. I'm not weird. Okay, listen, they're not calling me weird. They're calling JD weird. Okay, but he's not weird. We're both not weird. But like he's like, yeah, come on. Like, you think one of the big things that I think is going on here is that it ties back to this. He was at a rally, I believe late last month, and he gave the game away. Right, like he shouldn't have given them this, but I think this is what his like part of his big Achilles heel is, right? Like he takes, even though he's an actual clown that like is hanging around actual clowns, he takes himself actually really seriously, and he hates being laughed at. You know how we're like, oh, like laugh at the fascists, laugh at the Nazis, laugh at the like insane conservatives, like laugh at them because they're just silly people. With silly people with silly beliefs. They're dangerous, but they're yet the thing you got to understand is that they're just like ridiculous people to begin with. In my segments revolve around laughing at these people a lot of the time because they're genuinely just so crazy. But Trump kind of gave the game away. Like that actually genuinely bothers him.
But you know, when I was building the wall, I said, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers. And they laughed at me. I hate when people laugh at me. I hate it. I hate it. No, it's so disrespectful. They laughed at me. We won't do that. But you know, when I was...
They laughed at me. They laughed at me. I hate being laughed at. It's so disrespectful. It's so mean. What the fuck? You laugh at me? You can't laugh at me. I'm the one who laughs. He's having murder fantasies. Oh yeah, dude, he hates Kamala Harris. He misses Joe Biden and he hates Kamala Harris. They laughed at me. They're laughing at me. Like genuinely laughing at Trump is, I think, it might make him like, for lack of a better term, it might make that man crash out. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be 100% real with you. I don't think he can handle it. I don't think he can. I think it will completely end him. I genuinely believe that. Like I just don't think he could take it. If he says something on the debate stage and Harris laughs, I swear he's gonna like stop and stare her in daggers, start like go on like some screed about it. I don't think he could take it. I don't think he can handle it. He takes himself so seriously. He thinks he's so important. He could not handle being laughed at. I don't think he can do it. Oh, he'd be so triggered, man. They laughed at me. I hate it when they laugh at me. Who can laugh at me? Brody, calm down. Brody, chill. Oh Lord. All of this has made JD Vance turn into the least popular vice presidential pick in the history of the United States. Well, Kamala Harris has been, listen, the natural Kamala Harris appreciation has still been going on. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, take a look at this. I know a little treat hates to see her coming. Incredible meme. I'm gonna be honest with you. Look at the way she. Look at the way she looks at these. Look at her yearning for the little treat, dude. Look at her. She's gripping at it, man. Oh, she really is someone's rich auntie with the way she starts touching the glass and everything out in public. She just like me. She leaving her paw prints on the glass, yearning for the sweet treat. A little treat be begging for her. Oh, wait, leave that emote leave the nom emote for a second, because she actually does a nom here. Like there's this could easily be like a meme template. I'm just gonna be honest with you, right? This is a meme template right here. I could see it, just the way it looks like it, right? It looks like somebody already turned this into a meme. It's genuinely perfect the way it came out. It's crazy. Yeah, you know she be drooling behind that mask. Oh, and then there's this one, like the actual, opens the cake box, goes, oh, like the actual, she's actually genuinely pogging. This could be an emote, honestly. Oh, what a sweet treat, man. Oh, man. Oh, please give me a bite. She hit him with the auga, the booba. The cartoonish, like, tongue rolls out of the mouth, hits the ground, drooling, stomping her feet. Bro, what's inside? A little treat. What do you mean what's inside? It's a little treat. Kamalas will see this and go, fuck yeah. Heck yeah. A little treat. And this isn't even a joke either. Look at her. This is her at a cake shop recently. While she was so she was traveling around, her and Walls were traveling around Georgia, specifically Savannah, Georgia. The really important thing about them going to Savannah, Georgia is that the last time a national Democrat has been like doing work in Savannah, Georgia was, I think, Clinton, and possibly even before Clinton. Yeah, Clinton was the last national Dem to really like travel to Savannah, Georgia and like campaign there. They just don't do, even though it's like the second largest Democratic stronghold in the entire country. Sorry, it's the second largest Democratic stronghold in Georgia. Bill or Hillary? Bill Clinton. Sorry. When we're talking about the Clintons, when I'm referring to Bill Clinton, I'll say Clinton. When I'm referring to Hillary Clinton, I'll say Hillary. Usually. Unless we're just stuck talking about Hillary, then I'll probably switch back and forth between saying Hillary and saying Clinton. Maybe I should say Rodham instead. Maybe HRC, I don't know. But yeah, like, but I'll say Hillary when I'm talking about Hillary, just so you know. But no, yeah, the last national Dem to do that was Bill Clinton, and so she decided, obviously, while they were there, they might as well stop at a little cake shop and see if she can nibble down a little sweet treat with a congresswoman who's running down there as well. And this is, dude, look at this. This is actually hilarious.
What is that cake?
Dude, look at her face, dude. She's so hungry. Why is she America's first big back president? the wowzer. She actually has a wowzer's face. Drooling. Oh, she's really big back. She's big back to the bone.
That cake.
Caramel.
That's Chef Jay's. I want a slice of that. Caramel is like my favorite. Okay, chocolate and caramel. Fantastic. What are you getting?
Oh, I'm good.
No, you don't want anything sweet? You don't want anything sweet? Get something sweet.
Well, you talked about that caramel cake.
Yeah. Okay.
Shit. You don't want anything sweet? What you getting? Well, you're eating some, right? You getting some sweet? Go get you some sweet. You want some sweet, don't you? Get some sweet. Like, no, I'm good. No, get you some sweet. Go. I know you want it. Treat yourself. Yeah, treat yourself. Oh, she hitting them with the treat yourself. So she's buying the cake. She's like you gotta have the road cake, right? You gotta have a cake for the road, right? Like, I mean, what is she gonna eat? Like, when they're traveling the back and forth between different campaign stops? I mean, come on, she's got to keep her energy up, right? Show the contrast. So this is Kamala at a shop.
Oh, I'm good.
No, you don't want anything sweet? You don't want anything sweet? Get something sweet.
Well, you talked about that caramel cake.
Yeah. Okay, and then a slice of the cake. We got the cake. For the congresswoman, and then my slice. Yeah. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
JD Vance.
Okay.
How long are you working? Appreciate that, man. I'm JD Vance. I'm running for vice president. Let's see.
Okay.
How long are you working?
I've been here since the beginning of July.
Okay.
For this year.
Okay, good.
Okay, good. Ooh. All right, but I can't watch this. Help me, Lord. Wallahi, I'm finished. Okay, good. You know what's so funny? Is that two politicians said, okay, good. One was Rizful, the other one was sauceless. Remember when Bernie was running? Yeah, okay, good. Rizful, incredible, memeable. I still see yeah, okay, good memes to this very day. Honestly. I see like, yeah, okay, good. I am asking you once again, like those Bernie memes, they're still floating around to this very day. So yeah, okay, good meme, snappy, incredible. Okay, good. Cringe, creepy, antisocial. It's so weird. He's such a weird little guy. Yeah, he does have like kind of moving please clap energy. That donut shop thing happened in my town and the girl is loved by so many people now. That is so funny. I'd love to talk to her on stream, but I don't think she wants to be involved in that. I'd love to, honestly. But yeah, that's so funny. just to ask her how her experience was, like being forced to be that close to JD Vance, you know? Like I wonder if his like anti-woman aura was starting to kind of like burn her skin or something, you know what I mean? Like she knew that there was something wrong with this guy. Yeah, every time she answers the question, okay, good. So how long have you had Discord? I just downloaded this specifically to talk to you. Oh, okay, good. Good. Yeah, good. What else did I want to? There was some other stuff I wanted to pull up for you all. Chat, do you want to talk about conservatives being really creepy about Kamala Harris? They be horny? Yeah, like they're horny posting about Kamala, just like the weirdness of it. Because they've been doing it a bit. It's been a little. It's been a bit worrisome, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Let me see if I can pull some of this up for you, because it's not a Fox News contributor actually had to apologize for a comment that he made about Kamala Harris on air the other day. It actually was pretty bad. Let me see if I can pull this. Let me. There's like a couple. I wasn't prepared for this, but I was like, I might as well get this out of the way now, right? Rutrow. It really was a Rutrow situation. I got to pull this one up. Jesse, yeah, Jesse too. Yeah, Jesse Waters, what he said. We're gonna pull that one up. I have to pull up the truck livery. That one was insane. Trump, what he said about Melania and what he said about Melania and Kamala Harris too. That one was super weird. They really just can't be controlling themselves recently. Let me see. I'm just checking to see if I have any more loaded up that I forgot about, because I've just been saving them randomly. I've just been saving them randomly as like time has been going on, just to keep track of them. Yeah, they took away the green M&M's sexy boots. She's basically a man now, if you think about it.
I don't kiss men, but I kissed him.
Thank you, Trump. So true, King. So true, King. Oh, also, one thing I was thinking about earlier today, and if any of you all watched our you can one in chat if you watched our segment on Candace Owens the other day. I didn't. I feel like I should have substantiated how close Candace Owens is with the Tate Bros. I felt like I felt like I did a fine job, but I mean, just to be sure, I wanted to like substantiate that a little bit more because I didn't pull up the stuff specifically in that segment when it happened, and so I wanted to show you some of it now, because I was like, I might as well like throw it out there. I might as well throw it out there at this point in time. So let me see if I can grab some of this stuff for you. Yeah, so great Segi, thank you. Yeah, so here, take a look at this. Remember how I was like, somebody was like the enhance, like computer enhance. So here's a better shot of her wife, Candace Owens' husband, George Farmer, I'm pretty sure is his name. Here's George Farmer, here's Andrew Tate. Here's a better look at it. The picture right behind her as she was doing her like insane Jew rant, specifically, her wife. Farmer is the son of Lord Michael Farmer, the founder of a British trading conglomerate, metal and commodity company. Lord Farmer, his name is actually Lord. It's crazy. Lord Farmer is also a member of the House of Lords. My bad, his name isn't actually Lord. Sorry. I don't know why I thought that. I knew that wasn't the case. I've read this before. But they call him Lord Farmer because that's his title. That's his title, because he is a part of the UK House of Lords, right? And here's the clip of Candace Owens's husband right here, George Farmer, talking about how he met Andrew Tate from a long time ago.
Speaking of sort of a perceived weakness in Catholicism and in Christianity, you and Candace went to Romania with Andrew Tate. Candace interviewed Andrew Tate.
Wait. Did we drop frames there? Chat, did we drop frames there? Chat, did you, Marco? It looks like Twitch, they dropped some frames there for a second. Oh, good. We did? Twitch, what did you miss? What was the last thing that you heard clearly? Stream died for a bit. All good now? Internal screaming. Okay. Well, it seemed like they're mostly fine. Okay. Okay. So basically, what I'm saying, is that this is her husband, George Farmer, here, speaking about how he's known Andrew Tate for some time.
Tate has become a global sensation because he's perceived as hyper-focused on what it means to be a man, masculinity. He's famously converted to Islam in the past year.
Yeah. Human trafficking.
Very vocal about that. You've known Andrew Tate for a number of years. You were just with him for that interview, which is controversial in some circles. Why is it?
The one on the left, the skinnier Nazi-looking boy, is her husband.
That Andrew Tate has captured so much attention. What void was there that he stepped into?
Yeah, that's a great question, and yeah. I've known Andrew for many years. I've known Andrew since before Andrew was Andrew. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I've known Andrew since before he was famous, I guess. Andrew is a great guy. He really is, and he's a wonderful guy in many ways. Like all humans, he's flawed, and I think I actually
flawed. You know, like child sex trafficking across Europe. You know. We all have our flaws. We all have our little quirks to us. You know, some of us, you know, we're a little impulsive. Others, you know, you eat more than you should. Others, you know, sex traffic children across Europe and sell the abuse material for money and make a and make a whole Skillshare type of video service that you sell to people to teach them how to pimp out women across the world. You know, we all have our quirks to us.
I think that he would probably be the off camera. I think he would be the first person to admit that. Like he's a flawed human being. In terms of what he's captured, like how he is sort of taken on the male persona, I think our world is starved of masculinity. I think it's starved of real male icons. I think it's starved of men. I don't want to say going to war, but I kind of think like.
But anyways, that's the biggest thing that I want to show you was the fact that he said he knew Andrew Tate for quite some time. Also, here's Andrew Tate. Yes, that is who you think it is. That is that fuck. What's his name? Yeah, PJW. Yeah, it's PJ. I almost forgot his name. Imagine my shock. PJW. Yeah, the Aryan Breakfast Man. Yeah, Mr. Aryan Breakfast. This guy too. Rez, thank you so much for the 42 months. Glad my prime is back where it belongs. I'm happy to have you. Thanks, Rez. Nice to see you again, buddy. So here's these two, right? Back in I like 2016, 2017, something along those lines. If I remember correctly, long time ago. Quite some time ago. Oh, like closing on 8 years ago. Now. Remember some audio leaked and it was just uber Nazi? Yeah, remember how he kept trying to chase down Lauren Southern to get her to agree to let him impregnate her? And she wouldn't allow him, and he just acted like a child in DMs, like constantly texting her like 17, like 40, 50, 100 times in a row, spam calling her, begging her to let him impregnate her, to make more beautiful Aryan babies. Pardon? You don't remember that story? It's an old story. It's an old story. We can't cover it completely, but it was super weird. Yeah, he started like screaming out a bunch of slurs in DMs. Let me see if I can pull up some pictures of some of the chat logs that he had. It was Lauren Southern, right? That he was yeah. Here it is. Reddit coming to the rescue. Thank you, Reddito. Yeah, so this is Lauren Southern. She posted some of the DMs that PJW sent her. Comments on your video, can't answer. Fraud, disappointed, so disappointed. You can't answer, so pathetic. Jesus, just allow the comments. It's not that are pathetic. How dare you? F off. Leave me alone. He's been texting her for 7 minutes, sending like 20 messages, and then has the audacity to say, leave me alone at the end. Thought higher of you, but after tonight, no. Just have a family life and enjoy and protect your child. Must respect for that, but F off otherwise. It's just, leave me alone. Yeah, he's lost it, dude. He was tweaking when she wouldn't allow, because he was trying to like cuddle up next to her and get really close to be able to allow, so she would allow him to impregnate her. Yeah, he really wanted to be seen as an alpha male for quite some time. Yeah, that one did not work. It was not good. Bad, even bad. Terrible. Horrendous. I wonder if anybody else pulled up any of those logs, because those logs were just insane. There are definitely more of them, but I don't know where they are. Just so you know, when he sent those messages, he was a 38-year-old man. That was 4 years ago. He is now 42. He was a 38-year-old man when he did that.
Had nothing to do with actual political positions and everything to do with their personal lives. So if they felt personally jilted, then suddenly they would really care about this one political issue or really care about calling out this one grifter or whatever. So like in the case of Paul, the last time I ever saw him was when I rejected him and I told him I didn't want to sleep with him at his apartment in Battersea because I was looking for something serious. Said goodbye.
Have you told us before?
No, I say it in the manifesto, but this is the first interview I've done about it.
Okay.
Are you okay over there?
Yeah. Just keep going, please. Don't stop, actually.
The tea is cold, but there's.
I wanted to seed her Aryan womb, and she would not allow me.
Demonetized.
Yeah, so I told him, like, no, I'm looking for something serious. I don't want to sleep with you. And then we were supposed to go on another date. It didn't happen. And I kept receiving insane text messages from this guy, like at 3 a.m. with Kanye lyrics. Like they were clearly like cocaine-fueled rants at me. And even just a year ago, I received rants like this from him as well, like F you, fake bitch, whore, like just, you know, when you get those messages where it's like every second you're getting a new message and it's all like one word instead of typing in sentences and paragraphs, and you blow up with like 40 messages on your phone. So I'm having to sit there, and I hate getting into, I think it's bad manners to like talk about dating stuff, to talk about private life stuff in the political sphere. But I'm sitting here having to watch this guy talk about how I'm an inauthentic bitch, grifter, whore.
As if he wasn't trying to fuck you.
As if he wasn't trying to fuck me. And as if he's doing it because he's on some moral crusade and not because he's a 40-year-old man that reacts like a child to
Yeah. He responded with this. This e-thought Lauren Southern challenged me and ended up deleting literally all of her tweets because she's a fraud, and I respect people who stand by the positions, whether left or right. But evidently she doesn't have the fortitude to do that. Very disappointing. Also, there's code, which is you don't leak private messages without permissions. That is what Lauren did, which is pathetic. I will be making a full response video unless she publicly apologizes to me for her dreadful behavior. If not, it's drama, and I will escalate. Okay. All right, buddy. So yeah, he completely lost his mind. The dude is genuinely insane. Oh yeah, I forgot about this tweet. Wait, the inside her tweet. I forgot about this one. Yo, thank you for keeping these. Why won't you fuck me, Lauren? Why did you grow that disgusting baby inside you? I wanted to be inside you. Not fair. You actually believe that I, as handsome as I am, was never inside her? Okay, yeah. This is how I knew he was finished. Just so you know, is that while this was happening, she had a kid. She was pregnant at the time, right? Like she just got pregnant. This is around the time when she was pregnant. She was in a serious relationship, right? And he was like, "You believe that I, as handsome as I am, was never inside her." Calls her an e-thought, brags about having sex with her, even though he never actually did, for cool guy points on twitter.com with the Nazi queen. Like, this is genuinely one of the most pathetic people I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm so glad I remember some of these. Yeah, some of you all weren't there for this. You just had to be, like, looking back, it's hilarious, but some of you all just had to be there when it happened. Some of y'all just had to be there when it happened. And people think politics is boring. You're telling me this is boring? This is hilarious. I'm pogging out, man. This is exactly what I asked for. Bailiff, over the head with a chair, please. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Anyways, yeah, I just wanted to substantiate what I said the other day about her connection with Andrew Tate, because I didn't bring that stuff up specifically. Hey guys, I want to talk about something really interesting. Something that a lot of conservatives haven't had to do recently has been actually something incredibly difficult. Okay, you ever I'm not sure if any of you guys have dogs. Have you ever had like a dog and like you're about to give them a treat, like you show them the treat and they start like tap dancing and they get really amped and they're on the edge just ready to eat the little treat that you've whipped out for them, but you need to get them to sit and stuff first, or like you're just holding it, you're teasing them a little bit, right? That's basically what conservatives are doing, but with saying horrible things about Kamala Harris based off her being a woman. Now, when Kamala Harris hopped into the race, a bunch of conservatives started saying insane stuff about her being a woman and being a brown woman at that. So bad that the congressional GOP had to call a all hands meeting and beg them to stop being racist and sexist against her, because if that was the case, then they wouldn't be able to actually win the election. And we would be tied up in incredibly weird, incredibly damning like racist and sexist remark back and forths that's gonna take the headlines, and not, you know, them thinking that Kamala Harris is Hugo Chavez, Stalin, and Lenin mixed into one, toasted until golden brown and a wig slapped on it. Honestly, so that was a massive problem. Did it stop? No, it did not stop. Their pleas were unheard because it didn't work out at all. Actually, directly after that happened, Congress people, Republican Congress people, instantly came out of that meeting at that very night to call Kamala Harris a DEI hire in their minds.
Well, I think she's one of the weakest candidates I've ever seen in the history of our country. I mean, intellectually, just really kind of the bottom of the barrel. And from the standpoint of just who she is and the policies, the positions that she's taken, her failure to do anything in terms of the border, that sort of thing, I think it's just a failure from top to bottom.
Yeah. She's effing brown, and I hate that. And you can see here, for some of you all who didn't see that back in the day, when Harris, this is just so you know, 3 days after Kamala Harris hopped into the race, they had to come out with an all hands meeting that says Republican leaders urge party members to stop racist and sexist attacks on Harris. Republican leaders are warning party members against using overtly racist and sexist attacks, and sexual too, against Vice President Kamala Harris, as they are begging Donald Trump to stay on course and not do anything that's going to ruin their chances come election day. This is when they still thought that they had a chance, just so you know, because Trump was still leading in the polls once Harris hopped into the race. At a closed door meeting of House Republicans on Tuesday, the NRCC chairman, Richard Hudson, urged lawmakers to stick to criticizing Harris for her role in the administration. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, was also there too. This election will be about policies, not personalities. This is not personal with regard to Kamala Harris, and her ethnicity or her gender have nothing to do with this whatsoever. Please stop. Please don't call her the N-word. Please don't call her a DEI hire. Please don't make comments about people having their way with her in the Situation Room. Jesse Waters the other day failed to do that.
We don't know who she is. We don't know what she believes. She's going to get paralyzed in the Situation Room while the generals have their way with her. Right now,
Jesse Waters.
Jesse,
I don't like that.
Figuratively,
Take
again,
it back.
have their way with her, control her, not in a sexual way.
Not in the sexual. Hey, he knew exactly what he was doing. Like he's doing this like he's a 12-year-old kid who's told not to do something, so you skirt the line. He thought it was hilarious. You know who didn't think it was hilarious though? His bosses, because he actually had to come back the next day and say, "I'm sorry."
There's been some attention to comments I made on the show yesterday about VP Harris. People are misconstruing my comments to mean something inappropriate. I wasn't suggesting anything of a sexual nature. I was expressing my opinion that Vice President Harris's current leadership style could be an issue if elected.
Yeah, that smile wiped off of his face real quick once his bosses came down and said, "Bitch, you said what?" Man, yo, Mr. Murdoch came down from his ivory tower with a belt. He said, "What did you say?" Oh, it didn't go over well. I mean, this is just like the tip of the iceberg of weird sexual and race-based comments that they've made about Kamala Harris ever since she hopped into the race. I mean, the big one that a lot of people remember is when Donald Trump was talking at the National Conference for Black Journalists, and he said that she turned black. One day she turned black. She was always Indian, and one day she was black. Just incredibly insane comments that I wasn't expecting from I'm gonna just be honest with you, I really just wasn't expecting from them. I honestly wasn't. I genuinely thought that it was just going to be a little bit more like under the surface, a little bit more like covert, like Jesse Waters saying stuff like that, like making allusions to her being, taken to, assault or something along those lines. But Trump just actually cannot help himself and just completely went off the deep end. We didn't cover it when it happened because I was still on break, unfortunately, and I was actually out of town when it happened. But Donald Trump just going on this massive tirade about how Kamala Harris had actually changed her race. And they're, just so you know, like where they got the idea that she started flipping from identifying more as black or Indian or something comes from the fact that some media organizations say that Kamala Harris had been the first Indian woman to make it into Congress, which is true. But then they're like, look, she identifies as Indian. Look at this article that says she's Indian. And that's their slam dunk. But the thing is, Kamala Harris didn't write that article. She didn't write that article. And you know what's also even crazier about it is the fact that they are now just pretending that mixed race people don't exist. Which one is he? Is she black? Is she Indian? I can't tell. Well, she's both, actually, because she's mixed race. That's what mixed race means. When someone is black and white, they are black and white. It's very true. Yes, but apparently he didn't get that.
Sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own leaders, including Republicans.
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, inclusion?
Okay.
American women to serve as, including Republicans. Other questions here. Some of your own leaders, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is literally
give me a definition
the words
then. Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition.
Sir, I'm asking you a question,
No,
a
you
very
have to
direct question.
Define it for me, if you would.
I just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much, and she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black. until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She has always
But you know
identified
what?
as a black woman.
I
She went to a
respect
historically
either
black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a black person.
Just to be
It's just probably, I don't know, it's just one of the most insane statements I probably have ever. She turned black. She just became a black person. He also says the word black every time, like it's the first time he's ever said black before. Black. Just the way he said it's so weird. I don't know, maybe like nobody black works on his campaign, something along those lines. I'm not really sure, but something horrible happened. I don't know, maybe he has to force himself to say the word black. It's just, I just don't get it. What I do know is that black. What I do know is that he's just this like, I'm not sure, pretending not to know if she's like black or Indian or something. And then just so you know, the day after this, he had a campaign rally where he put up on the Jumbotron a screen cap of an article that says that Kamala Harris is Indian. So he's like, look, everybody's making fun of me, but I'm right. She's Indian, dude. But now out of nowhere, she's black. But she's, yes, Indian and black. When she does something for the first time, the blacks and the Indians get to have a piece. But he's just going to either pretend it doesn't happen or just act super weird about it after that. And conservatives have just been acting weird about everything regarding Kamala Harris and women in general. Kamala Harris, just so you know, has a daughter. She has a young daughter with she has a young daughter related to her by her marriage with her husband. And her daughter posts pictures every now and again on the internet. And so conservatives started scrolling through her young daughter's Instagram page to find incriminating stuff about her. And they started acting super weird about it, like super weird. In the sense of they started posting pictures of her armpits to each other to convince themselves that her daughter is ugly and stinky and is raising like a hyper liberal or something. This is a prominent conservative. Kamala Harris, if elected, will mandate hairy armpits. Is that what America wants? As they troll through her young daughter's Instagram page to find like pictures of her looking, I guess, like unwomanly or something, like undecent in some way, I guess. And start just snapping pictures of her body and implying incredibly weird things about her. This continued on even to the convention. I'm not sure if I have any. I don't think I have any. I don't think I saved any of these. I don't think that I did. But they were also posting pictures of her husband Doug with his arm around his daughter, this young girl here. I forget. I even forget her name. I think her name's Emma. With around his arm around this girl here as his daughter, this young girl as her like as her mom, his wife is talking. Kamala Harris was giving her like acceptance speech, and they like took pictures, screen caps of that, and tried to make it seem like he was putting his hand in her pants or something. Like something like making sexual comments about that as well. It was just incredibly weird, disgusting, sick behavior from them for like just about this like young girl. And so like they can't even stick to just making weird, sexist, disgusting comments about Kamala Harris herself. They have to even rope in her young daughter. I'm not even sure if her daughter's even 18 at the moment. Like honestly, I don't even know. He was just holding his daughter. That's it. He was just arm around his daughter as like you would imagine a father would hold their children, right? Because they love them. I don't know, maybe their parents never held them. Something along those lines. But honestly, I'm not even sure if I want to pull I think I found it, but I don't even want to. I honestly don't even want to really pull it up It was just really creepy. So I know some of you all saw it. And it doesn't even stick to this. It's dragged down to the entire Republican Party. Like this as well. This is a picture that someone took while they were driving around, and already they have a decal of their car of Kamala Harris like gagged and bound in the back of their truck, like kidnapped and tied up in the back of their own truck. Like, can you imagine this? Like, oh, man, why aren't women voting for the Republican Party these days? I wonder what makes women want to not vote for the Republicans. So, can you imagine why that would be the case? I don't know, but can you imagine like can you imagine like this guy's single? He's like, man, I can't, and he like watches Andrew Tate videos when he gets home, and he's like, man, I wonder why women are so liberal and cringe these days, as he's paying $1,000 to have somebody wrap his car in like iconography of kidnapping and like gagging women in his truck. Is this like his fun truck, right? Because like this truck is completely decked out for loving Donald Trump and nothing else. Does he go to work with this truck? Is this like his like just Sunday drive? Honestly, he just like to drive around town with this every now and again. Does he go to work in like a different car or something? Because I honestly would be embarrassed to go to work like this. Like maybe these people just simply lack human, like the capacity to be embarrassed or something. Possibly, I don't know. But like this is insanity. This is crazy. Or maybe they're like that sort of like weird like man-child sort of thing where they like it when people are disgusted by their bad behavior. You know, as the type of person that walks into a crowd of people and pisses themselves and thinks about how cool it is that they triggered people, that they can like smell and see your piss, and that they have to like try not to step in your piss as they try to like walk away from you. It might be that too. It's just they can't help themselves for being the creepiest, weirdest, nastiest people possible. And I mean, it's gone all the way. It's gone up and down. You know, it rots from the head down. It rots from the head down because Trump can't stop himself from making comments about the way Kamala Harris looks either. And like conservative strategists are like pulling their hair out when it comes to this. People like Frank Luntz, that Republican strategist, said that Donald Trump was committing political suicide by the way that he's been acting around Kamala Harris, that has completely thrown his campaign into a tailspin. Can I pull this up? Can I pull this up? Wait, uno mento. One mento. Yeah, here.
The latest polls in the presidential race showing the Vice President Harris gaining ground in some swing states and even eroding some of
her. She's bringing out people who are not interested in voting for either Trump or Biden. So the entire electoral pool has changed. And if it continues in this direction, you have to start to consider Democrats winning the Senate and Democrats winning the House. The actual people who are participating. She's got intensity now. She's got an intensity advantage. She's got a demographic advantage. And I haven't seen anything like this happen in 30 days in my lifetime.
How big is that marginal extra voter that she's bringing in? I mean, how much does that change the pool?
1%, maybe 2%. That's it. But that's enough.
Right. Can I just ask you, though, about the veracity, frankly, of the polls right now? Because you go back and look, and there was an interesting report yesterday showing that if you look at where Donald Trump was in terms of what the polling showed, this back in 2016, undercounted. You go even in 2020, undercounted. And so, you start to think about the, margin of error situation.
Let me see if I can.
I think it's a switch. It's not because
Trump have all collapsed towards undecided. The demographics, and you shift the entire outcome. There are issues, attributes, and the conditions of the country. The issues and conditions favor Donald Trump. He should be winning this election. But the attributes are so much in Harris's favor that he's not. that the very attributes that Trump offers, and the best example, you did the story on the UAW, why is Donald Trump saying publicly, I want to fire the same people that he's getting now still, and they don't understand.
Me when I'm a dumbass.
So there are three issues. Number one is affordability. We should not call it, which you're not talking
Nina, thank you for the raid.
This was
Hello, Raiders. I'm happy to have you. What's going on? We're talking about a bunch of stuff today. We're basically just catching up on some news. Bunch of fun stuff today, so I'm happy to have you.
It's safety and security. And I brought the headline here. I look at this. I walked into your office. I don't know if you can get this.
This wasn't... Where's this clip? It wasn't in here. I wasn't prepared with this clip specifically. Where is this? Wait, give me just one moment to look for this. Up. Nor. Here it is.
It is polls in the presidential race showing the Vice President Harris gaining ground in some swing states and even eroding some of former President Trump's.
It's his broad shift. I'm trying to do a focus group tonight with undecided voters under the age of 27 for a major news outlet. And I can't recruit young women to this because they don't exist as undecided voters. And
man, I wonder why. I wonder why, with all the stuff that Trump and the Republicans have been saying and doing about women, that women have like, they've really made their mind up. They're like, you've made this election really easy for me. Huh. Well, shit. Hey, Nina, nice to see you. Well, man, dang, who could have seen this coming? Wow, curious, isn't it? Imagine my shock. Women just like, especially young women, look at their choice between woman who likes sweet treat and man who... And man who says this. Wait a second, can I? Yeah, and man who says this. Wait, here we go. Yeah, here it is.
Your best and who always has your best interests and has your back. I have your back, I have your heart, and I have every other part of your body.
Can you imagine that women have thought to themselves, man, I don't really want to vote for this guy. Pop and Wop, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate you. Thank you, be thankful, freeloader Nina, for being blessed. He's got my balls, I've got every other part of your body.
You shift the demographics and you shift the entire outcome. There are issues, attributes, and the conditions of the country. The now still getting union members.
For Kamala Harris, those are things that cannot be fixed.
Yes. So there are three issues. Number one is affordability. Trump needs cannot afford it either every week or every month. Second, wasteful Washington spending. It when they see their money.
New York Post says
look at this and go, damn it.
Right.
Or even worse, Trump should be winning. But the attributes, there are three things that people look who's got results.
Oh, where's
Trump
this?
Actually can show it tomorrow. And number three is
what the fuck? Where was this? Okay. Anyways, I know he said where did he say this? I thought it would be way easier to find. I thought it'd be way easier to find. Here we go. Goodness. I don't know why it's so difficult. Finally.
Things that cannot be fixed.
Yes. So there are three issues. Number one is affordability. We should not call it inflation ever again. It's housing, health care, food, and fuel. And the people that Trump needs cannot afford it either every week or every month. Second, wasteful Washington spending, which you're not talking about anywhere. This was an issue over the last 8 years. Hard-working taxpayers hate it when they see their money being... There are three issues. Number one is affordability. We should not call it inflation ever.
Did they cut that?
Yes. So there are three issues. Number one is affordability.
Oh, wow. That's so weird. I don't know. Like, it's so weird. In the transcript, it says he says political suicide. And I heard him say political suicide when I listened to this clip originally. But in that clip, it's just cut. I don't know. I think they cut it. I think they cut him saying political suicide, actually. That's kind of crazy to me. Anyways, you want to watch Trump commit suicide? Take a look at this.
Okay. She called it wrong. She's called it wrong now for about 8 years. But she said one thing that got me. She said Kamala has one big advantage. She's a very beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman. So I decided to go back and reread the clause. I'm not saying he's, but I say that I am much better looking than her. I think I'm much better. Much better. I'm a better looking person than Kamala. No, I couldn't believe it. She said, you know, I had never heard that one. They said, no, her biggest advantage is that she's a beautiful woman. I'm going, huh. I never thought of that. I'm better looking than she is. In her speech yesterday.
I'm hot. She's not. I'm way more fuckable than Kamala. Isn't that right, audience? Isn't that right, you beautiful patriots? Any one of you would fuck me right now, wouldn't you? I'm better looking than her. They say she's a beautiful woman. I'm a beautiful man. All right, any one of you would kiss me right now. Okay, all right, buddy. Okay. All right, yeah, okay, yeah. So there was that. That was one thing, okay. But this, I'm telling you, this wasn't the first time he's made comments about Kamala's appearance, okay? I think I'm going to say this right now, okay? There's two things that becomes a problem with Donald Trump, and I think it's that he has too many personal feelings when it comes to the candidates that he's running against, okay? Just this election cycle. I'm not sure about last time, but this time 100%. He loves Biden, okay? He really wanted the salty run back with Biden, and he's very depressed that Biden isn't in the race anymore. And there's also the fact that I think he thinks that Kamala is hot. I personally believe that he actually thinks that she's pretty, and he's a little flustered by it, honestly, that he has some feelings. He wants to cheat on Melania with her or something. Just something really weird like that.
And actually,
let me see if I can turn this one up, because this is when he was talking to Elon, and he couldn't control himself again.
And actually, she looked very much like our great first lady, Melania. She didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman, so we'll leave it at that, right? And actually.
She's a beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman. Oh, what he was talking about is that he got really angry that the Times magazine gave Kamala Harris this front page, and he said he saw this front page while he was campaigning, and he got angry because he thought she was hot, and then he was like, the Times magazine keeps giving Camilla all these beautiful Times front pages. They don't give me front pages. They made Camilla look so beautiful. She was a beautiful woman. She looked like she was as hot as my wife, but oh. And so he got like all disgruntled and flustered about it. It was just peculiar. It was very strange and odd behavior. Carmilla. It's Carmelo. He's so weird. Pookie, what's wrong? Why would you say that? Wait, how many times has he done this? Oh my gosh. Wait, how many days has he done? Wait, I didn't even, wait. As I was looking for more of this clip after he called her Carmelo or whatever, I noticed that I found out that there are more clips of him talking about Kamala Harris and her being on Time magazine. He keeps talking about it. Like there's like 4 different rallies or something where he's talked about it. Wait a second, take a look at this.
I mean, Time magazine, think of this. Time magazine doesn't have a picture of her. They have this unbelievable artist drawing her. And I said, is that Sophia Loren? I couldn't. Who might that be? Is that Elizabeth Taylor? They say she was a beautiful woman.
Beautiful,
so beautiful
woman.
Drawing. It's a drawing. They took a lot of pictures. It didn't work out, so they hired a sketch artist. I said, I'm sure, oh, they must be celebrating the great life and times of the magnificently beautiful Sophia Loren. And you're not allowed to say this anymore. You know, David, don't ever get caught in this trap, David, please. Don't ever call a woman beautiful, because that'll be the end of your political career. Please. I want to make your life much easier, David.
Can you imagine, actually, just for a moment, so we're watching a 2-minute clip of Trump at his rally. Can you imagine 2 hours of this? And this is what Trump supporters sit through? Actually, I can't even say it. I don't even know how many Trump supporters actually listen to his speeches. I don't know. Is that Elizabeth Taylor? Oh, she's a beautiful woman. Trans girl. Thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate you, bestie. Hello. Gotta change my name on the Zan side tomorrow. Hope you all are doing well. Well, I'm happy to have you. Hope you're doing well too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. I'd be so bored. Dude, it's so boring. It's so boring. Like, I have to listen to Trump speeches every now and again. I put them on at like 2-3 times speed, because with the I have an extension on here that allows me to speed up videos by even faster than the video like playback speeds normally allow me to on like built into websites. And so I'm not gonna lie to you, on Trump speeches, when I have to listen to them sometimes, I actually have to put it at like 3.5-4 times speed to be able to listen to them in like a reasonable manner, because they're just so damn boring and so long-winded. Because, you know, like, after he says all of this, eyes glaze over to the teleprompter. The specter of war looms over Taiwan. Where he has to get back to the teleprompter speech that his poor staffers cooked up for him. You know, he don't give a shit. Oh, that boy don't give a shit. It's crazy.
By the way, he's also got a great wife, I have to say. He's got a great wife.
Bro, leave other people's wives alone. You already have one. My bad. He's had like 4 already.
I mean, I read a so-called Republican who Ronald Reagan didn't like, by the way, and she didn't like him, but she got credit for being this Reagan speechwriter. Highly overrated. I don't know anything about her. I don't know her. Treats me badly, but that's okay. She called it wrong. She's called it wrong now for about 8 years. But she said one thing that got me. She said Kamala has one big advantage. She's a very beautiful woman.
Beautiful woman. Oh, beautiful. He did it again, just so you know. That wasn't the only speech. He spun back on it.
They're putting her on the covers of Time magazine with an artist sketch. They don't use a picture. They don't use a picture. They use an artist sketch. I want to use that artist. I want to find that artist. I like him very much.
He's so mad that she was hot on the Time magazine, on the front cover of Time. He did it again, just so you know, a couple days ago too. Yes, he did it again. I promise you. Look,
you're going to see something. But right now, even not knowing her, and with all of the cover of Time magazine, they didn't put a picture. They got a great artist to do with it. What was that all about? You know, what was that all about? The whole thing is crazy. I just want to win for the country. Some people say, oh, why don't you be nice? But they're not nice to me.
They're so mean to me. Why do I have to be nice? They're so mean. And did you see that they put her on the front cover of Time Mag? She was so hot. She was such a beautiful woman. Trump, please, I'm begging you, chill, dog. Calm down. He's been on, just so you know, he's been on this for like for over half of the month. Just so you know, he started this on like the 12th of August. He started this on the 12th of August. And he's still going. That last one that I showed you, was I think that was on the 20th. We're on the 26th now. You know he's still thinking about it to this very day. He's so mad. They keep pointing out that I'm a convicted felon, and they keep saying she's hot. I'm hot. She's not hot. Punches the damn wall, man. Calm down. He's obsessed. He can't help himself. King Jar Jar, thanks for the 10. I really appreciate you. Thanks for the 10. For the tip, I appreciate you. Thank you. He needs to bring back the late great Hannibal Lecter. He would like to have you for dinner. He would like to have you for dinner. I think he still does the late great Hannibal Lecter bit. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm 99% sure that it's because he thinks that people who are coming to America seeking asylum, he believes that they're from insane asylums. So he's like, they're letting people out of insane asylums and they're coming into our country to seek asylum here, even though they were in asylums there. And that's what Camilla has been doing to our country.
Mental institutions and insane asylums.
Why he's what? I love how Trump says words like it's the first time he's seen them before.
Prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums.
Insane asylum.
They go crazy when I say the late great Hannibal Lecter. Okay, they say, why would he mention Hannibal Lecter? He must be cognitively in trouble. No, these are real stories. Hannibal Lecter from Silence of the Lamb. He's a lovely man. He wants to have you for dinner. He'd like to have you for dinner. Prisons and
insane asylums. Like he starts to pog out when he gets to that part of the speech. That's actually his favorite part of his stump speech these days. He keeps doing it. He can't help himself. Insane. It's so insane.
They hate when I use Dr. Hannibal Lecter as the late great Hannibal Lecter. Oh, they go, look at all the media back there. Look at all the fake news. Insane asylums.
Now Hannibal Lecter has become a doctor now too. He got his doctorate.
Silence of the Lamb. Has anyone ever seen a Silence of the Lamb? The late great Hannibal Lecter is a wonderful man. He oftentimes would have a friend for dinner. Remember the last scene? Excuse me, I'm about to have a friend for dinner as this poor doctor walked by. I'm about to have a friend for dinner, but Hannibal Lecter, congratulations, the late great Hannibal Lecter. We have people that are being released into our country that we don't want in our country.
Okay. Can you imagine being a Trump supporter and listening to this shit and being like, he's cooking.
People from insane asylums, and it drives them crazy.
Hannibal
Lecter.
Like to have you for dinner.
Hannibal Lecter would like to have you for dinner.
He even did it at the RNC. If any of you watched the his 90-minute RNC speech, he even said it at the RNC. This is him at his 90-minute acceptance speech. Just dropped it right in there too.
They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner.
He's like, that one always gets a laugh. The people love that one. He'd love to have you for dinner. They're coming from prisons. coming from polygons, dodecahedrons. He's been workshopping that one. I mean, he's been workshopping a couple of things. Apparently, he's not been workshopping being normal either. Because remember, like some of those speeches were supposed to be economic speeches that his team have like tried to do for him to get him to like stay on track and hit Kamala Harris on like economic issues where they think they could win. And as they pulled up like food items that normal people buy, he looks at them and he's like, "What the fuck is that?"
But look at this over here. What a nice job. I think I'm going to take some of them back to my cottage and have a lot of fun. Like the Cheerios. I haven't seen Cheerios in a long time. I'm going to take them back with.
I haven't seen Cheerios in a long time. Yeah, man, I bet you haven't. Just I haven't seen Cheerios in a long. What the hell? He's like, they still make these? My man has not been in a store in decades. He's like, the fuck? They make those still? She, I'm gonna take some of that with me. What a clown, man. What is happening? I'm gonna take that back to my cottage. You know who might like these? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He just crossed the border. You should come too. He would like to have you for dinner. He would like to have you for dinner. I like your little shark mic charm. Thank you. I was given it by a fan, actually. It was incredibly nice. It was a gift. I'll leave your drink alone now. I'm messing with you. That's actually been my girlfriend's drink this whole time, just so you know. She's been sitting it next to me, and I've been taking sips of it, and while she's been side-eyeing me. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. What, a boy can't get a little thirsty? I can't get a little sip? I get a little thirsty? What, is that a crime now? To be a little parched? Lord. They said hello, girlfriend. Steal a drink is unforgivable? Okay. Don't forgive me. I'm a criminal. I'm crawling across the border. I'm the late great Hannibal Lecter. Hi, girl accomplice. She really is an accomplice. Woman mode. I like the honey nut version. Anybody got some nuts in their honey? Okay, chat, you want to check out the Kamala Harris interview? I haven't seen the whole thing. My bad, I haven't seen any of it actually. So I think it's time to give it a little looky. Their ass has dropped a part 1, part 2. You got me fucked up. We're watching the whole thing though.
Dana Bash covered a lot of ground in this interview.
Dana Bash, more like cringe ass. Am I right, chat? Anyways, after about a month of belly aching from the press pool, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, her running mate, decided to sit down for an interview with CNN. I have no clue why they chose CNN at all, actually. I really think they should have probably chosen MSNBC or something else. I mean, like something along those lines, possibly. You know for a fact they'd like roll out the red carpet for her on MSNBC, like easy slam dunk. Honestly. And a lot of people were complaining about the fact that she hadn't done an interview yet. Honestly, I didn't think she needed to do an interview. I just don't think that it was necessary in any way, shape or form. The only reason why she would need to do an interview, honestly, is if you didn't know a bunch of stuff about her. And she filled that void by simply, having rallies. If you simply just listen to any of her stump speeches that she's given, then you would understand what she's for and what she's about. But I do think that she needs to be, that she could be asked some questions. I agree with that. And it seems like she's finally decided to do so with Walls by her side. There's been a little B-side story to this where people were once again being crazy misogynist about her sitting down with Walls for her first interview, even though it's traditional for a presidential candidate to sit down for an interview with their running mate and do a dual interview. Literally everybody has done it since Obama and Biden, honestly, at the very least. It started to become a bit of a you know like general election tradition, honestly, at this point. But they started attacking her for that, like Piers Morgan, that dumbass. I'm at the beginning of a video. That goofball. There you go. That goofball. There you go. So I want to take a look at it. I know they touch on a bunch of different stuff, and I want to check it out. So chat, let's give it a watch.
Dana Bash covered a lot of ground in this interview with Harris and her running mate, Governor Tim Walz. It was about 27 minutes long, and she dove right into one of the main criticisms that Harris has been facing ever since she got to the top of the ticket.
Is it how she likes to make her turkey? Or is she black or Indian? Or I know there's some really other pressing ones in there too, as well, like whether she's going to wear more pantsuits when she's in office or like wear more jeans and stuff and walking shoes, because people like that look.
How she explains her shifts, or as her critics would say, her flip-flops on some very key issues.
In 2019, I believe, in a town hall, you said you were asked, would you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day in office? And you said, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed. What I have seen is that we can grow.
What the hell? Wait a second. This is not the interview. This is CNN posting BS about the interview. Wait. Nah, do we have to watch the chopped and skewed version? Oh, CNN. Oh, I hope you crash and burn. Burn! Oh, CNN, when I get my hands on you, I swear I'm going to rattle you to the bones. Oh, CNN, I'm gonna wring that little neck of yours, dude. Why I oughta. Okay, my bad. Oh, instead of us being able to just watch a video like normal, apparently they've been posting these videos like a freaking YouTuber does. They're so YouTuber pilled where they started posting their freaking, oh my gosh, they started acting like goddamn CoffeeZilla, where he starts posting his videos in like small parts to juice the algorithm. They're literally juicing it. This interview, I already read, this interview already made CNN, when they aired this live on air on primetime, this actually moved them to the top slot of all media, of all news media, above actually Fox News and MSNBC combined. That's how much this viewership was, and they are still milking it. I have to watch 3 10-minute pieces that are still cut up. David Zaslav, when I get my hands on you, I swear, no one, when CNN burns, the world will be better. All right, let's attempt to watch the interview, I guess.
Madam Vice President, Governor Walz, thank you so much for sitting down with me and bringing the bus. The bus tour is well underway here in Georgia.
The cute little bus.
You have less time to make your case to voters than any candidate in modern American history.
You're right. I do want the late, great Hannibal Lecter to have CNN for dinner.
The voters are really eager to hear what your plans are. If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well,
There are a number of things. I will tell
Free
you,
coconuts
first
for all.
and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward. In a way that generations of Americans have been fueled by hope and by optimism. I think, sadly, in the last decade, we have had in the former president someone who has really been pushing an agenda and an environment that is about diminishing the character and the strength of who we are as Americans, really dividing our nation, and I think people are ready to turn the page on that.
So what would you do day one?
Day one, it's going to be about, one, implementing my plan for what I call an opportunity economy. I've already laid out a number of proposals in that regard, which include what we're going to do to bring down the cost of everyday goods, what we're going to do to invest in America's small businesses, what we're going to do to invest in families. For example, extending the child tax credit to $6,000 for families for the first year of their child's life to help them buy a car seat, to help them buy baby clothes, a crib. There's the work that we're going to do that is about investing in the American family around affordable housing, a big issue in our country right now. So there are a number of things on day one.
What about
So this seems like a hard question to ask. A hard question to answer, I guess, when her it seems like a hard question to answer when her policy platform revolves around passing like policy through Congress. Like, you can't pass a bill through Congress on day one. It's just not you can't do that. So I don't know. I think she should have like a canned answer here on like I think she should have a canned answer when it comes to like executive orders. I know for a fact Schumer has like a long list of executive orders that he would want a Democratic president to just like rattle off. So maybe just like grabbing a couple of those and be like, I'll do this and I'll do that, I guess. But I mean, you can't promise anything too insane on literally day one. I mean, I guess she could just be like, I want to get to work on my agenda on day one. I guess that's what she's doing. She got in a roundabout way with a little bit of yapping. I'm gonna turn this to 1.25 because it might be a little slow. Why is she asking Walz what he's gonna do on day one? Bro, sit there. He's the vice president. What do you mean?
About you?
Well, I'm excited about this agenda, too. As I said, the idea of inspiring America to what can be. And I think many of these things that the vice president's proposing are things that we share in values. And the child tax credit is one we know that reduces childhood poverty by a third. We did it in Minnesota to have a federal partner in this. Unbelievable, I think, in the impact that we can make.
You talked about, you call it the opportunity economy. You are well aware that right now many Americans are struggling. There's a crisis of affordability. Yeah. One of your campaign themes is we're not going back. But I wonder what you say to voters who do want to go back when it comes to the economy specifically, because their groceries were less expensive, housing was more affordable when Donald Trump was president.
Well, let's start with the fact that when Joe Biden and I came in office, during the height of a pandemic, we saw over 10 million jobs were lost. People, I mean, literally, we were all tracking the numbers. Hundreds of people a day were dying because of COVID. The economy had crashed. In large part, all of that because of mismanagement by Donald Trump of that crisis. When we came in, our highest priority was to do what we could to rescue America. And today, we know that we have inflation at under 3%. A lot of our policies have led to the reality that America recovered faster than any wealthy nation around the world. But you are right. Prices, in particular for groceries, are still too high. The American people know it, I know it, which is why my agenda includes what we need to do to bring down the price of groceries. For example, dealing with an issue like price gouging. What we need to do to extend the child tax credit to help young families be able to take care of their children in their most formative years. What we need to do to bring down the cost of housing. My proposal includes what would be a tax credit of $25,000 for first-time home buyers, so they can just have enough to put a down payment on a home, which is part of the American dream and their aspiration, but do it in a way that allows them to actually get on the path to achieving that goal and that dream.
So you have been vice president for 3.5 years. Yeah. The steps that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
That seems like a weird question. Like, oh, you said we're not going back, but what about people who want to go back to good economy, huh? Because you have bad economy. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess you could. I guess you could talk about or like I guess go back to price, like price. My bad. Like interest rates coming down. Jerome Powell and the Fed signaled that they're going to be dropping interest rates soon. That might happen before. That might happen before the debate. That might actually happen. So that would be really good if that did actually happen. For her, she'd have a lot of ammo to go into the debate with. So I guess we'll just see if that actually does happen. This ain't sweet anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think these answers are just kind of fine. Dana Bash, the way she's asking these questions, I don't know. It comes off a little Republican-y to me personally. What this kind of seems like is that a lot of the a lot of talking heads in the media have been very upset that Kamala Harris hasn't been doing like a billion interviews. I think there was somebody in like the press pool who tweeted out the most self-absorbed bullshit I've ever seen in my life, and it was he said that Kamala Harris should set aside one day to do interviews for the entirety of the election cycle, a week. So every single week she should stop campaigning and just do do a boss run of like interviews across all the news stations just because he wants to, when instead she could just campaign and win the election instead, which I think would be a much better idea. But I don't know. It just seems like what she's doing is that she's like, oh man, I gotta ask the toughest questions possible because she didn't want to talk to me for so long. Well, so every week she has to do like a boss, like she has to have like a mandatory boss rush by going through like Fox News and Newsmax and MSNBC and CNN and NBC and CBS and ABC to just like talk to everybody for like an hour minimum. Is just, I don't know, seems kind of petty. They've been really pissy about her doing more interviews recently. It's been kind of funny.
First of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%. The work that we have done to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. Donald Trump said he was going to do a number of things, including allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices. Never happened. We did it. So now, as I travel in the state of Georgia and around our country, the number of seniors that have benefited, I was in Nevada recently, a grandmother who showed me her receipts. And before we capped the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month, she was paying hundreds of dollars, up to thousands of dollars a month for her insulin. She's not doing that anymore.
You maintain Bidenomics is a success.
I maintain that when we do the work of bringing down prescription medication for the American people, including capping the cost of the annual cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000, when we do what we did in the first year of being in office to extend the child tax credit so that we cut child poverty in America by over 50%, when we do what we have done to invest in the American people and bringing manufacturing back to the United States so that we created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, bringing business back to America, what we have done to improve the supply chain so we're not relying on foreign governments to supply American families with their basic needs, I'll say that that's good work. There's more to do, but that's good work.
I want to get some clarity.
This interview's mad boring. Hello? Chill for a moment and absorb information. Bro, I'm sorry. Wait, my bad. Honestly, you're right. Wait, I got you. Wait a second. Wait, you're so actually I completely forgot. You're so right. You're so right. ADD and ADHD has been growing in prevalence in the American populace for quite some time now. Here, I got you. I could. It's actually my fault that I forgot this. So let me just pull this up for you real quick. I'm sorry. I hope you find in your heart to forgive me. Just 1 second. Yeah, here we go. Here, this better? There you go. Yeah. How about that? I mean, I got this one too. If this one works out a little better for you as well. Whee! Hey, there you go. Does this help?
Clarity on where you stand on some key policy issues. Energy is a big one. When you were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, "There is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking." Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
Horrible.
In 2019, I believe.
I personally think terrible. Fracking absolutely should be banned. If you guys don't know what fracking is, it's a way to get oil from the ground by shooting toxic chemicals into the earth that breaks up the ground with the water pressure, and then like sucking up the liquid that comes from that to be able to get oil like deep into like deep in like the earth's crust. The problem is that the chemical water, the chemical liquid that they use to, yeah, it's like evil earth enemas. You're right. It's like how a fly eats. It's actually pretty apt when it comes to how they like plunder the world. But basically it's just like that. They shoot poisonous, toxic carcinogens into the earth near waterways and where we like make food and where we like grow food to eat, to be able to suck water, to be able to suck oil out of the earth. It's a horrible practice, and it's incredibly dangerous, especially near waterways. And I do think fracking absolutely needs to be banned. Now, unfortunately, for like a little bit, actually, America has, especially since 2020, America has grown more conservative. If you just ask people things that they believe, they're far more conservative these days than they were back in 2020. Part of the reason of that, I talked about it a while ago. But as people gain more trouble, actually, you know what I just noticed something. I'm talking for a little bit too, and this shit's probably mad boring. Here you go. Sorry. As people get in more trouble, as things become more difficult, people usually become more conservative. More conservative in the way that they act and the way that they believe, because they're way less likely to take chances, to look for new things. They're looking for something old to be able to bring them to a place where they feel like they were before. When people are more comfortable, they're far more likely to be more accepting when it comes to a change in their lives. And so that is one problem when it comes to today, is that inflation has led a lot of people to kind of revert a lot of positions that they had back in 2020, or like that they were like entertaining back in 2020. None of them solidified because the Democrats didn't really do anything on that of any note whatsoever when it comes to like police reform or those other positions like healthcare. The only thing that really moved was student debt, which is great that Biden really took that in, but outside of that, like not too much happened, which is unfortunate, but allowed a lot of this backsliding of the American people back into a world of conservatism, really, which is unfortunate. There's a link between fracking and micro earthquakes. What the hell? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so people actually like fracking more than they did back in 2020, which is unfortunate. It's still not like a really popular position, but it's enough to I guess where her advisors told her. She's listening to her Democratic advisors here. Remember when I told you back when we were covering the DNC to never listen to your advisors? This is her listening to her advisors on this issue. Booty Ho, thank you so much for the tier 2 subscription. Thank you so much for the tier 2 subscription. I appreciate you. More trans women in fracking will solve this issue. That's true. If you take like a fracking machine and paint it like that light pink, white, and light blue, then I think it would kind of save us.
believe in a town hall, you said you were asked, would you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day in office? And you said, there's no question, I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed. I believe it is very important that we take seriously what we must do to guard against what is a clear crisis in terms of the climate. And to do that, we can do what we have accomplished thus far. The Inflation Reduction Act, what we have done to invest, by my calculation, over probably $1 trillion over the next 10 years, investing in a clean energy economy. What we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs. That tells me, from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking. In fact, Dana, excuse me, I cast the tie-breaking vote that actually increased leases for fracking as vice president. So I'm very clear about.
Yeah, that's also cringe.
Was there some policy or scientific data that you saw that you said, oh, okay, I get it now?
What I have seen is that we can grow and we can increase a thriving clean energy economy without banning fracking.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that was part one of that was part one of the interview. Let's check out
Governor
part
Walz.
two. Very cringe and bad. I'm not expecting all of this to be very good. Honestly, I think she'll have some good positions, some bad positions. If she carries on a lot of Biden social positions, I think that'll be pretty good. Governor personally. When it comes to when it comes to some economic positions, I think that'll be fine. We're just going to have to see. I don't know where this is really going to shake out. So a lot of the stuff that she's talked about on the campaign trail, I think that's for like the base. I think what she's doing here is probably going to this is the reaching out to the moderates and the conservatives here. So let's take a look here, because I think the number one thing that she really wants to do is be seen as not woke or not like super pro, like not woke or not like a socialist or something, right? Is what she's trying to do here. So let's see. I heard that this part, Israel Hamas war. Okay, let's see how much she's going to gag Israel here. Let's find out.
Another issue, big one, is immigration. As vice president, you were tasked with addressing the root causes of migration in southern countries and
northern part of Central America.
The northern part of Central America.
Northern Triangle.
That affects the southern border of the U.S. During the Biden-Harris administration, there were record numbers of illegal border crossings. Why did the Biden-Harris administration wait 3.5 years to implement sweeping asylum restrictions?
Well, first of all, the root causes work that I did as vice president, that I was asked to do by the president, has actually resulted in a number of benefits, including historic investments by American businesses in that region. The number of immigrants coming from that region has actually reduced since we began that work. But I will say this, that Joe Biden and I and our administration worked with members of the United States Congress on an immigration issue that is very significant to the American people and to our security, which is the border. And through bipartisan work, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, a bill was crafted, which we supported, which I support. And Donald Trump got word.
I do not support.
Of this bill that would have contributed to securing our border, and because he believes that it would not have helped him politically, he told his folks in Congress, don't put it forward. He killed the bill. A border security bill that would have put 1,500 more agents on the border. And let me tell you something, the Border Patrol endorsed the bill. And I'm sure in large part because they knew they were working around the clock, and 1,500 more agents would help them. That bill would have allowed us to increase seizures of fentanyl. Ask any community in America that has been devastated by fentanyl what passing that bill would have done to address their concern and pain that they've experienced.
Okay, so to talk about this issue just like a little bit, because like some people forget what was in this bill. A whole lot of things was in this bill. It was a very, very big bill. But one of the big reasons why I didn't support the bill, and a lot of like more left-wing people didn't support this bill, was, well, let me bring up two reasons, okay? One reason was something that was in the bill, and the other reason is something that was not in the bill. So what was in the first reason we'll tackle is what was in the bill, and that was a way of expediting the asylum seeking process for asylum seekers and immigrants coming across the border who want to seek asylum because they are coming from areas that are dangerous and they don't want to be released back to those areas south of the border. What that bill would do would be to, instead of giving those people their constitutional right to a judge to adjudicate their case when it comes to the viability of them seeking asylum and moving them through the asylum process by adding more judges and expediting the process there, because we're horribly understaffed when it comes to the asylum process and processing migrants on the southern border, partly because Republicans want to make it a big issue so they can use human beings suffering and dying. They can use like migrants' dead bodies as scarecrows for conservative voters to get them to not support more humane border policy in an ultimate effort of shutting down brown people from entering the country. But what it did was, instead of adding more judges, it added more. It took the job of figuring out whether or not an asylum case was real or fake or had merit to it, would be given away from judges and experts who analyze the case and who analyze the case and work it through a process of people who know what they're doing, to random buttfuck Joe Schmo Hernandez, who lives in El Paso, Texas, and just joined the Border Patrol because he left college, because he like flunked out of college and has only a GED and wanted to do some job but didn't want to work at McDonald's. And so he became a Border Patrol agent, and he kind of walks around the southern border like here and there and like hands out like those tinfoil blankets to people crossing the border, and with like some, and then giving them bottles of water in his ATV. Okay, they turned that guy into a immigration and asylum judge, where then those random people would now be the people who take over those cases instead of actual judges, to get them to expedite the case, because there's way more of like random buttfuck no name Border Patrol Lieutenant Hernandez who's there on the border, who's available, who's doing literally nothing to work through those cases instead of actual experts. And so that obviously could just lead to people getting their cases completely chucked out and them not being able to seek legal counsel because you're not in court. So obviously you wouldn't have any legal counsel. You just sit in a room with some guy who may or may not be able to speak like Spanish or Portuguese or whatever language that you speak, who will look at your case and who will look at you and just randomly decide whether or not you deserve to be able to seek asylum and stay in the country. And then he's going to be the sole arbiter between who gets kicked back into the country and who will get dismembered by the cartels, and who will be able to go through the rest of the asylum process here in the country. And I think that's just wrong. That's simply wrong. The second issue with the bill is that it didn't have a pathway to citizenship. If such a hard line, conservative, right-wing a border bill was going to be passed, the only way ever since like Clinton, the only way that a bill like that would be passed would be tied to a pathway to citizenship for migrants that are in the country already. And that has been the sticking point with immigration law all the way back until since Obama and the Dreamers. Okay. And all of that was just thrown out the window. They just threw it all away. They just allowed the like even Mitch McConnell, who was angry that Donald Trump sunk this bill, was mad that he sunk the bill because it was the most conservative bill that they have ever gotten through Congress since like the early 2000s. And that's because that Biden and Harris were desperate to get a win on immigration because it was killing them in the polls. And so they were happily going to throw out asylum seekers, migrants, people who are like in gray status areas of their citizenship, like Dreamers. They didn't even touch on Dreamers at all. Just threw all of that away and just threw a massive bone to Republicans and allowed them to get almost every single one of their policy platforms, every single piece of their policy platform on immigration through without any like pushback really at all, because they were just in such a desperate situation. The Republicans just had them over a barrel in that sense. So yes, this bill was garbage. It was terrible. It probably would have passed, but I think it's great that the perfect thing happened is that this bill was crafted. Biden and Harris can run off the fact that they were like right-wing weirdos on the immigration issue for once, and at the end of the day, the bill doesn't get passed, because I'm going to tell you this now, that if like we're in like January 2025 and the Democrats control Congress, I'm going to tell you this right now, there's no freaking way that bill is getting through a Democratic Congress. It's just not happening, okay? The only reason that bill was even dreamt up outside of some like out of like Susan there you go. Susan Collins's like and Mitt Romney's like offices was because they were being like hit so hard and they were in an election year over the topic. Outside of that, there's no way that anybody's going to be passing this bill. No self-respecting Democrat is going to be voting for a bill like that, and just throwing dreamers out the window on this issue. How do you pronounce your name? Sorry, I was in the middle of a rant. I couldn't stop. But you know what? Robot. Wait a second. Copy. Because I haven't seen your name before.
Random Lazy Lizards Lounge.
Random Lazy Lizards Lounge. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, raiders. I'm happy to have you. Sorry, I was in the middle of a screed and I couldn't shout you out. I was going to lose my train of thought if I did, but I appreciate you for the raid. Hello, raiders. We're finishing up the Kamala Harris interview that she had the other day. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. I'm happy to have you. So yeah, this bill was doo-doo ass poo garbo. It just without even mincing words, it was a YouTube is effing. I see people saying F. Are we back? Chat, Marco? Nice to have you. Hello. Sorry, there was a little F there. There was a little F there for a moment. Oh, also there was like a trigger in the bill as well. Basically what it was is that if migrants at the border exceeded a certain limit, a automatic trigger would activate that would just block people from seeking asylum, period. Which was that like I think it was if like 3,500 people were encountered at the border for I think a couple days straight, then automatically border crossings would simply just be shut down. Like and that was also in the bill as well. Which was just simply terrible. Which is illegal under international law. Yeah, it would be usurping international asylum law by just saying that we sorry, too many people at the border. You're just unable to seek international asylum anymore. So they just want to break the law? Yes, they hate brown people. Of course they want to break the law. Of course. On top of it, it gave $14 billion to Israel to bomb children as well, which was ass. That was also built into it as well. So yeah, it was just a bad bill. It was just ass. Of course. Yeah, I mean, of course they have to suck off Israel in the bill as well. For what? To bomb children, obviously. What do you think we give Israel money and weapons for? It's to bomb children. That's it. Remember, okay? No matter what you think, okay, no matter where we are, as long as America stays at least partly the way it is at its core, killing Muslims and Arabs will always be a popular position. Okay? As if you're the president and there's some problems that you're facing, bomb Arabs, kill Arabs and Muslims, and you'll at least see some uptick in your polling. Because like as long as you're killing brown people somewhere in the world, it will be at least a popular position amongst at least a plurality of the electorate. That's just kind of how it is. And so yes, they gave like 60. It was going to give $14 billion to Israel to kill more Muslims because that's and that's just how it worked, right? That's just how it is. That's simply just how it is. It's been a popular position in the United States since like what, the Gulf War or something. A long ass time. long ass time. You want to leave? Is that the problem? He's starting to walk around a bit. I think he wants to go upstairs. Would you like to leave? When you get a second, could you let them outside? I don't remember the last time they were outside. Harass got her headphones on. She can't hear me. Baby. Don't look like that. It's just walking upstairs and opening a door. It's not that hard. Thank you, babe. I appreciate it. Thank you for helping take care of them. Yes, very nice. I appreciate you that you don't gotta keep making all that noise. Oh, hey, hello, puppies. Yes, she's gonna help. She's gonna help you go outside. Come on, outside. Come on, upstairs, outside. Come on. I know you want to go. They started tap dancing. They started coming to me. Upstairs. Go on. I know you want to go. There they go. Yes. Oh, yeah, you nailed it. He is a husky pit mix. Yes, actually, he is indeed. Yeah, and yeah, like also it would update the appeal process if your asylum claim was revoked, and it wouldn't entail you having an attorney or a legal representative. Just like I said, just some random border patrol officer guy would just read your papers and say fuck you or okay, and that's just kind of how it worked. Yeah, horrible garbage bill, garbage trash tier bill. But in this, but I will say, even as bad as the bill is, I'm glad that they could run off of it at least, and it didn't pass. I'm glad that it didn't pass, because it would be really horrible that it passed. It just genuinely, like a massive issue, actually. We would like undoing how bad this would make the immigration system would take a lifetime. I would imagine would actually take a lifetime. That's why it was so difficult for this to pass originally, because it was getting a lot of pushback from the left in the in Congress as well, for obvious reasons. If you just simply read this bill with any acknowledgement of how it works, you would kind of throw up. But this is a country right now that the Republicans have happily whipped up into a racist frenzy about like migrants like raping your daughters or something, and now a substantial portion of the United States believes in the type of insane insane immigration laws that would get a racist YouTuber banned from racist YouTuber's account banned back in 2016. Actually, like, remember, I'm not sure if anybody saw those mass deportation signs at the RNC. They started, instead of having like Trump, like pro-Trump signs, they started having like fuck immigrant signs instead. And so Donald Trump is now running off of like the mass deportations platform, where his goal is to hunt down and round up millions. He said his goal is 20 million migrants in the country with ICE, and then deport them from the country without any legal recourse. Just like put them on a plane and then ship them to some Spanish-speaking country south of the border, and that's just it. That's actually his plan. And just so you know, this is also the guy who floated the idea of invading and sending the military into Mexico. Of his ideas that would be used, a military operation in Mexico would be used to help stop cartels. That's his actual opinion. Mass deportation sounds like the UN definition of ethnic cleansing. When was the last time you think the US cared about UN human rights doctrine? Because I can't think of a time personally. Yeah, this poll might make your stomach turn a little bit, but yeah, this is what I'm talking about. America warms to mass deportations. Share of Americans who say they support mass deportations of undocumented immigrants. The general public had ticked up to a bare majority. 51% of people now, at least in April, said that they approved of mass deportations. 56% of white, 56% of white people, 45 Latino, 40 Black, as well. So yeah, this is why she's being so crazy about immigration.
Push that legislation again. I just want to ask
Not only push it, I will make sure that it comes to my desk and I would sign it.
Just one other question about something that you...
Don't worry, Kamala. We'll make sure that doesn't happen. Call your representative.
Said in 2019, when you first ran, there was a debate. You raised your hand when asked whether or not the border should be decriminalized. Do you still believe that?
I believe there should be consequence. We have laws that have to be followed and enforced that address and deal with people who cross our border illegally, and there should be consequence. And let's be clear, in this race, I'm the only person who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations who traffic in guns, drugs, and human beings. I'm the only person in this race who actually served a border state as Attorney General to enforce our laws, and I would enforce our laws as president going forward. I recognize the problem.
Generally speaking, how should voters look at some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here in your policy? Is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more about the information? Is it because you were running for president in a Democratic primary? And should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
Dana, I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time.
Wait, what? Sorry, I was thinking about something really quick. Democrats did so bad in immigration, they let it happen. The reason why people are crazy about immigration is because Republicans have been working for years to make people racist against brown people coming into the country, and specifically against people who seek asylum at the border. Like that's the reason, actually. Donald Trump specifically told people while he was out of office during the Biden administration to come to the United States to seek asylum, right? Like, the reason why people were coming to the United States to seek asylum was because other countries south of the border have been doing far worse than us at post the height of COVID. And economic issues and social unrest has gone absolutely crazy there. So that's why people were coming to the border to seek asylum. But that's not a problem. The problem is the processing of those people at the border. And Republicans don't want to fix the border. They want to make migrants suffer. They don't want the immigration system to be efficient and effective. They don't want brown people to come into the country. That's their position. And the less brown people coming into the country, the better they believe America will be. And so, like, I can't be like, oh man, the Democrats, they really man, you guys really fucked up this one, when they were doing everything that they really were doing everything that they can in the system that they had. And half of the country, half of the legislative body, found a political benefit in human suffering. And so I just can't really, it's hard for me to blame them much for the problems that happened when half of the country was like, man, human suffering is going to be really good for me. Exploiting this human suffering would be really good for me come this next election cycle. I just can't really blame them really for that. So that's just my opinion personally. But the immigration system does need to change, and it does need to be more efficient and effective. But I also think there should be more immigrants in the country as well. And Republicans just hate people coming into the country generally. My bad, who are brown, because a lot of them were pretty happy with Ukrainians coming in. I wonder why that was.
I've always believed, and I've worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should...
I want to hear this again, sorry.
You mentioned the Green New Deal.
That what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward.
Dana, I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time. We did that with the Inflation Reduction Act. We have set goals for the United States of America, and by extension the globe, around when we should meet certain standards for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, as an example. That value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed. I spent 2 terms as the Attorney General of California prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the illegal passage of guns, drugs, and human beings across our border. My values have not changed. So that is the reality of it. In 4 years of being vice president, I'll tell you, one of the aspects to your point is traveling the country extensively. I mean, I'm here in Georgia. I think somebody told me 17 times since I've been vice president in Georgia alone. I believe it is important to build consensus. And it is important to find a common place of understanding of where we can actually solve problems.
On that note, you had a lot of Republican speakers at...
Have you noticed that Democrats no longer care about opposing the death penalty? I mean, people just don't talk about I haven't seen a death penalty debate ever, really. There being squabbles over the death penalty, or I just haven't really seen that. I personally don't remember there being much squabbling over the death penalty ever, really. Now I feel like the death penalty, that's something that's handled at a more local level. In California, Kamala Harris was against the death penalty as the DA. In Florida, they're expanding the death penalty to jaywalking. So I mean, states are handling the death penalty themselves. And so the reason why I think I personally don't see it much, and I think I just chat, one in chat, have you seen a national death penalty debate or back and forth in the last 2 years, 4 years? I just don't remember it, honestly. I just don't remember it. personally. Maybe there was like a little bit during the 2020 election, but just not much going on there with that. I think I think it's more of like it's a local issue that's handled. I know here in Kentucky there's a death penalty debate. But yeah, I'm not sure if I'd say I've noticed the Democrats giving up on the death penalty or something, because Democrats fight, squabble about the death penalty locally. I haven't. It's just not talked about nationally, really. It's so boring. Can Subway Surfer come back? Honestly, you're right. I should bring it back, huh?
The convention, will you appoint a Republican to your cabinet?
Yes, I would.
Anyone
Yes,
in
I
mind?
would.
Why?
No one in particular in mind. We got 68 days to go with this.
Chat. You're thinking, okay? You're thinking, why? If you thought why there, you've got a small brain, okay? If you're thinking why there, you've got a small brain. You have a tiny baby brain, and I'm about to expand it 3D, okay? She wins. Acceptance speech, we have become unburdened. John Tester lost his re-election bid. The Senate is now 51-49, okay? Kamala starts choosing her cabinet. She chooses Susan Collins. Susan Collins, the Republican, joins the cabinet. The Maine legislature appoints her replacement. It's a Democrat. Senate's 50-50. They pass national communism. That's what I'm saying. That's what she's thinking. That's what's happening in here. Okay? That's what's happening in here. You got to have a big coconut to think ahead like this. You got to have a big coconut to think ahead like this. Many people don't think this hard. Many people don't think this hard, but it's true. President Sunday argued in favor of it against Dylan Burns. I can argue, I can understand why she says this now, but when she gets in office, she should be like, fuck that shit, you know? She should just simply lie. I believe Democrats should lie I believe Democrats should lie more. I believe Democrats should tell untruths that benefit them, and that while knowing that they're falsehoods. Personally, I think she should say this, and then after her cabinet is chosen and there's literally, and it's all Stalinists, she comes back to Dana Bash and she's like, whatever happened to the Republican? And she's like, you see what's happening? I've been seeing there's been like little F's today. Polo? Yeah, I've been seeing there's little F's today. I'm sorry about that, chat. I haven't dropped any extra frames. It's just weird. I don't know. I'm gonna try, like, for next stream, I'm going to try to change around some settings. So be prepared for that for next stream. Might be YouTube. It's possible. It's not my internet. I promise. It's not my internet. I'm looking at my stats right now, and they're actually perfect. They're actually perfect. I have not dropped a singular frame for the last like 2 hours. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't like, here's the thing. Like, I don't really care about this. I just really don't care. It's not really that interesting to me, especially depending on who the person is and what their job is. Like having some like moderate Republican sitting there, some like never Trumper Republican in there. Like, I don't know, maybe who was the guy, Mueller? Yeah, like getting, I don't know, like I feel like Maddow would like fangirl out and actually begin crying if Kamala Harris chose like Robert Mueller to be a part of her to be a part of her cabinet if she won. I think it'd be really funny. I mean, like Mueller would, like whatever. I guess there's probably a DC Republican who's not like a complete ghoul out there, but I also think that she's just simply lying. Here, if I'm going to be honest with you. Opinion on the last Kamala DNC speech? Fine, mostly.
This election, so I'm not putting the cart before the horse, but I would. I think it's really important. I have spent my career inviting diversity of opinion. I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences. And I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican.
I personally also believe in a diversity of opinions in my pool of thought too. I like to have somebody who's to my left and somebody who's to the left of that guy. And so we all have a diversity. so our opinions are to make sure I'm to make sure I'm there, you know. To make sure I keep my head on straight. Diversity of Marxism. What is this, DEI? Yeah, she's actually asking for a DEI Republican. Oh, not the DEI Repub in there. Wait, whatever happened to what are conservatives going to get mad about there being some red DEI hire sitting in her administration? What the heck?
I want to ask you about your opponent, Donald Trump.
Okay.
Okay.
I was a little bit surprised. People might be surprised to hear that you have never interacted with him, met him face to face. That's going to change soon.
Well, not face to face, but you ever wonder who took that shot back when he was in Pennsylvania? Curious, is it not?
But what I want to ask you about is what he said last month. He suggested that you happened to turn black recently for political purposes, questioning a core part of your identity.
Yeah.
Any
same old tired playbook. Next question, please.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Let's talk.
Not the. You see them looking for that red meat. It's just kind of crazy. Like if you think about it, like media's asking for Kamala Harris to justify her blackness to a racist 78-year-old white man and his sycophants. Like, no, no, eat shit and then perish right afterwards. Like, I mean, yeah, I don't care. Moving on. You know what makes Kamala Harris way better than Hillary Clinton? Because you know for a fact Clinton would do a tour around the country talking about how mean it was for Donald Trump to say something like that to her. You know what? She would turn it into like an event everywhere that she went if that happened. Because that's what if you're wondering like what really happened, there's two things. One, Hillary Clinton was a terrible candidate, and two, Hillary Clinton just didn't know how to handle Trump. And I want to talk about this a little bit more in like another time, so I don't want to spend too much time on this because I have a lot to think about. I thought about this a lot today while I was like running some errands. But how Donald Trump won in 2016 was exploiting the fact that Hillary Clinton is incredibly self-absorbed and had decades of baggage that she dragged around everywhere, like the ghost of Christmas past visited her last night. And also by being a one-trick pony, okay? The reason why Trump won in 2016 and he lost in 2020 is because he's the definition of a one-trick pony, okay? He does one trick. You guys ever watch Flapjack? That it's gonna take more than that to impress me, and he does the backflip. Donald Trump is that puppy who can do the backflip, okay? He does one backflip. He yips and he hops in the air and he does one backflip, and he does it exactly the same every single time. And in 2016, the media had no clue how to react to that backflip. They saw the backflip and they were like, "Yo, he just did a backflip. That's crazy." They would film 30 minutes of his empty podium where he would get up on stage and do his one backflip for 90 minutes. Okay, they would do everything possible to be able to talk about this one backflip, and And Hillary Clinton would always mention the one backflip that he does and call his supporters backflip perverts, okay, who always loved it when he did his silly little backflip. Okay, the problem was they were not smart enough to understand how to react to the backflip while it was happening, and that one simple trick allowed him to sneak into the presidency. The reason why he lost in 2020 was because people were tired of the backflip. He would do the backflip and then people would like yawn, and he would do it again and they would yawn even louder than they did the first time. And then sometimes people would look at him and go and then turn away, and he would be like, what do I do now? And his reaction to that was just to do a backflip again. And so like it lost its luster, and he wasn't able to win over the people that he did the last time and stop other people from voting for his opponent because his opponent wasn't so terrible, right? And the second thing he did to be able to win was being a dirty little piggy. He dragged Hillary Clinton into the mud, into the back and forths and these types of personal attacks because he's a dirty little piggy, and Hillary Clinton was always scared to get her shoes dirty. He was a filthy, sloppy, chubby, dirty little piggy, oink oink little piggy, like slopping around in the mud like the filthy boy he is. And then when he got into the mud deep enough, he would do a little backflip, and mud would go slinging everywhere, and his face would be completely covered, and he'd oink again, and he'd do another backflip, that dirty, filthy boy he is. And so as he was sitting in his sloppy, filthy, muddy hole, doing his little filthy, dirty backflip tornado trick, people just kind of got bored. And so whether or not you beat Donald Trump honestly depends on whether or not you hop into his filthy hole where he does his little trick, or if you stand on the sidelines and watch himself burn himself out. And honestly, it seems like Kamala Harris is doing the latter, and it seems like it's Kamala Harris is doing the former, standing on the sidelines, watching him tailspin in his filthy little dirty, muddy, dingy, moist little hole, where he does his silly backflip with him and his other piglet friends. But it's not really working out this time, which is great. Like, there's no reason for her to justify her blackness here in this interview, or ever, actually. The phrasing was terrible. Was that phrasing terrible? What are you talking about? Donald Trump is a dirty little piggy who likes to do his one trick in his filthy little muddy hole. Like, I don't know what's terrible about that when you all just agreed that it was factual what I said. I need ear bleach. I don't. His dirty hole. Okay, what about dirty pit? What about his muddy pit? A stinky boy in his muddy pit doing his little backflip. Wild analogy, but it fits perfectly. He's the definition of a one-trick pony. He really is. His grimy chasm.
Talk about some foreign policy issues that would be on your plate if you become commander-in-chief. President Biden has tried unsuccessfully to end the
one-trick piggy
war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. He's been doing it for months and months, along with you. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Wait, I'm sorry. Before we get into this topic, I want to say one more thing on this. Not the muddy hole, I promise. We're done with the little piggy posting. I want to talk about Kamala Harris's response to this, because some news publications genuinely lost their minds when she decided not to engage in back and forths with Donald Trump, the white racist 78-year-old obese freak, about whether or not she's black or Indian. And Politico like completely lost it. Politico lost the plot. Take a look at this. Next question. Harris evades question about her identity. Personally, I think that this is the type of article that we've been seeing news publications write about, like Israel, you know, like terrible day. 78 children's 78 children lives cut short in sad event in Gaza that was unavoidable. just completely throwing their hands up and running cover like crazy. Like Harris evades question about her identity. Here, I'm gonna edit this headline. Next question. Kamala Harris deflects Trump's racist attacks against her identity. How about something like that? Why are you black? But like, so they were getting beat over the head for this headline, so they changed it. One huge thing Harris avoids talking about. Once again, horrible, terrible headline. How white is the person who wrote this? This is better. One huge thing Harris just won't talk about. Why are they writing this article like it's a goddamn like Watch Mojo video? What's happening? Reflect the sun. What is this? They made it clickbait. They turned it into clickbait. They turned it into, dude, how hard is it to write Kamala Harris does not engage in Trump's racist comments about her heritage? Apparently they can't write that. One huge thing Harris just can't talk about. But they changed it again because that one didn't work either. Harris sidesteps the spotlight when it comes to her identity. Just stop. Who's doing this? They need to be fired. I don't know who's writing these articles. They need to lose their job. Whoever it is, whoever's in here looking at the analytics and seeing how bad they're getting cooked, just stop. Honestly, delete the article. Delete the article. ChatGPT writes it. They might. It's true. You might be right that one. Kamala Harris won't confirm whether she's black or Indian in interview. Next question. Kamala Harris refuses to elaborate on her heritage. Oh, what the hell? Next question. Kamala Harris refuses to elaborate on how she likes her plantains cooked. Okay, buddy. Kamala Harris refuses to acknowledge if her favorite food is butter chicken or curry goat. Next question. Kamala Harris refuses to answer whether or not she washes her chicken. Yeah, Politico is I'm so sick of Politico. You know, the owner of Politico like called all hands meeting and asked for all the writers to pray that Donald Trump wins. So if you ever see something insanely stupid from if you ever see something insanely stupid from Politico, remember that it's controlled by conservatives. Oh, they're biased? Yeah, he was like, please everyone, pray Donald Trump wins. Oh, and just so you don't forget, Politico was one of 3 media organizations that were given secret hacked emails from the Trump campaign about internal communications that were incredibly damning. But decided not to release them to be able to help the Trump campaign win, so they caught and killed the story. All three of them colluded to catch and kill the story to make sure Donald Trump's campaign wasn't hit with a like a really bad sort of like Steele dossier type thing in 2024. Is genuinely insane. But yeah, I'm not joking when I say this. Politico's owner invited colleagues to pray for Trump's reelection. Pray to God Trump wins again, boyos. In the message, weeks leading up to the 2020 presidential campaign, according to the Washington Post, a year before the company's acquisition of Politico in October 2021, he said, "Do we all want to get together for an hour in the morning on November 3rd and pray that Donald Trump wins again and becomes the president of America?" He wasn't joking. He was like, he actually wanted to start a prayer circle to help boost Trump's like faith-based attacks so he can win the election. I'm not joking. No American administration in the last 50 years has done more for our country. An hour? Yes, an hour. Yes, an hour prayer circle to boost Trump's faith stat. He needed it. They wanted to start casting a spell. Oh, anyways, let's get to the bad part of the interview. The really bad part of the interview. From what I've seen. Let's take a look at this. Harris's Israel comments.
Commander-in-Chief. President Biden has tried unsuccessfully to end the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. He's been doing it for months and months, along with you. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I'm unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. But let's take a step back. October 7.
It was like 15 9/11s.
Massacred. Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. And we have got to get...
That is true. There were Palestinian women who have been assaulted. I mean, in Israel, I don't want to talk too far on this because I haven't looked deep into the story enough to feel like knowledgeable enough to go over it, but there's debates on whether or not, like, there's debates in the halls of like Israel's government about whether or not it should be legal for them to rape Palestinians, but that should be like an issue. And there was like a cop lynching mob in Israel that raided the. So there was a story about how there was an incident where a couple of IDF officers were charged and arrested over the sexual assault of Palestinians held in their captivity. And when that happened, there was a big outcry in Israel about whether or not that was even like it should even be a problem about like if they rape Palestinians or not, like if we should even care, like if it should even, like if their lives are even worth the moral consideration of whether or not they get raped while they're in jail at all. And then there was and then like the far right of Israel whipped up a mob to break into the jail where those Israeli soldiers. There's an F? Really? Not F? Oh, there is an F. I see. Oh no. Wait 1 second. Oh no, yeah. I am being attacked by the IDF. That's true. Okay, I think it calmed down. Sorry, everyone. Sorry, everyone. It was Mossad. That's true. Not sufficiently pro Mossad here. Refresh if you were if there were any problems there. Sorry, I think we should be better. I think we should be better after that. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, like couple frames dropped there for a second. Anyways, what I was saying was that the far right in Israel whipped up a mob to be able to break into the jail where the suspects were being held, and then actually released them. And I just released them after they were credibly accused of being like Palestinian rapists while they were in jail. Yeah, they were just like they're like pro rape protests going on across Israel. It was pretty crazy. But I don't think any of it stems from like the idea that like assault is like good or something. It's just that it's just for so long been like cemented in Israeli society that like Palestinians simply just aren't people worth moral consideration. So like anything wrong done against them is just not that big of a deal, and not worth the incarceration of an Israeli at all. Just kind of period. But correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong there, please correct me, because I don't want to. As far as I understand the story, from what I've read from like a couple weeks ago now, so my memory could be a bit fuzzy. So if I'm missing any important details there, please let me know. From what I've read on the issues so far, and I don't believe I've gone deep enough to give you like a full breakdown of what happened. That's as far as I know is what happened, right? So yeah.
A deal done. We were in Doha.
Mm-hmm.
We have to get a deal done. This war must end.
In the meantime,
and we must get a deal that is about getting the hostages out. I've met with the families of the American hostages. Let's get the hostages.
None of the Palestinians that have like lost their lives though, or the people whose family members have died either. You know, Rashida Tlaib, whose mom was killed by Israeli bombs, who was not Hamas. You know, we just couldn't give a shit less about that. But, you know, listen, nobody wants to talk about the Muslim ban at the DNC, but, you know.
Hostages out, let's get the ceasefire done.
But no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
No, we have to get a deal done. Dana, we have to get a deal.
She's dodging
done.
that question like crazy.
The significance of this to the families, to the Palestinians have security and self-determination and dignity.
Okay. Oh, whoa, chill, Reed. Chill, Reed. Chill. Nobody asked about this. Okay. Yeah, not dirty little piggy. I want to catch what she said at the very end there one more time.
Mark, so much of what must happen next. I remain committed since I've been on October 8th to what we must do to work toward a two-state solution, where Israel is secure and in equal measure the Palestinians have security and self-determination and dignity.
Okay. Yeah, so not too much there. Chet, am I wrong? Did she ever answer the question of whether or not she would withhold any arms to Israel? Because I feel every single time she was like, she just never answered that question. You know, I am going to say that I'm going to say one thing here because I want to be she said she's committed to Israel's defense, like the classic just normie like please don't hurt me talking point. But yeah, very vague. I imagine the reason why she's so vague on that is because it's actually hard to take a position on that, right? Once again, like as I have to say, killing Muslims is and Arabs is a very popular position in American politics, especially if it's in support of Israel killing those Muslims for whatever reason, really. And so like it is difficult. It is a very brave position to take in the US as a politician, to be against arming Israel in this way. I personally believe it could, like, and this will have to be like a workshop by a politician or something, and like an advisory group. Then it's very possible to be like, if Israel is found to be committing war crimes, we would have to stop sending arms, but we will always send humanitarian aid and assistance to Israel no matter what, as an ally. But arms and weapons are something that have to be conditional if used correctly. And then tie it back to like Ukraine. Really, like, we said that Ukraine can't use arms, like American arms, in Russia, same way that like Israel can't use this or that weapon specifically in certain areas in Gaza or something, right? I think it's possible to do that, but you just have to be really careful with that, because just anything besides Israel can kill as many people as it wants forever, unconditionally, is a very brave position to take as a politician, honestly. So I can understand it. I'm happy she didn't just say that, oh, we will always make sure that Israel will get as many bombs as possible. They can kill whoever they want. Please, bestie, BB, finish the job. Like Trump does. So that's always good. Whether or not she would withhold arms, I'm not sure. I don't really know. Actually, it's really hard to know until they're in the situation doing it. And that'd be a very difficult call to make. But if like a human take, it is the correct decision to make. As a political issue, when running for public office on a national stage, I would think it's very brave, and I would actually be very worried about a politician taking that position, because it is quite politically dangerous, unfortunately, to care about brown people in the United States, and I can see the squirming that happened there. So yeah, unfortunate, pretty unfortunate, but I can't really say I expect too much. I can't expect her to come out like Rashida Tlaib on this issue. I just can't. My position is any better than Biden in the way she handles the issue, and I think that'd be good. And like any way that she handles the issue better than Biden, I think is a positive improvement, worth having her in office over Biden, because Biden has like an ideological commitment. Biden has like a spiritual commitment to Israel, not ideological, like a spiritual commitment to Israel. Biden actually doesn't view Palestinians as humans. Like it took his advisors twisting his arm in like 4 months or something for him to even acknowledge that Palestinians were suffering at all and and their lives were worth caring about, and that Islamophobia was an issue. Like it was months into the war, into the bombing of Gaza and the sequestering of land and the annexation of land from the West Bank, for Joe Biden to even mention Islamophobia as a concept, as a Palestinian child was actually stabbed to death in the United States for being connected to Palestinians, for simply being like Arab, right? So like, yeah, Biden just simply doesn't view Palestinians as humans, just like as a personal matter. And so, yeah, getting him out of office is actually getting him out of office on this issue, I think, is just plainly a much better position. Like Kamala Harris just being a normie Democrat on this issue would be a marked improvement from Joe Biden, who actually was, I think if I'm going to be honest now, I know this, okay, for me, okay, this just comes from my heart. All right. This just comes straight from the heart. I don't want to make like a political argument on this, but do you guys remember that interview that Biden had, the first interview he had after his terrible debate, his June debate, where that he had with ABC's George Stephanopoulos. And George asked him like a pretty simple question, like a kind of personal question, like if you lost the election, how would you feel? And his answer was, he took a second and he went, as long as I tried my best, I would be okay. Like after he said that Donald Trump is genuinely a threat to American democracy and the American experiment as a country, like the foundation of the United States as a concept would rattle, would rattle and shake, maybe irrecoverably. That word's a little hard to say for me right now, for some reason. Irrecoverably. And he was just like, well, as long as I did my bestest, I think I'd be okay. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I genuinely think that what went through his head to make him say that was wait a second, okay. Just so you know, this is all me, okay? This is just in my heart. I'm just letting you know what I thought in this moment. I'm not even sure how strongly I believe this. But do you remember that meme, the I lost my bike, but like who stole it was probably happier than me being sad, so it's okay. Wait, can I let me see if I can pull this up really quick. Just like pull up the picture. Brazil. For some people who haven't seen it before. What the hell? What the heck? I just can't pull up a normal picture of this thing, apparently. Here we go. Yeah, here. Yeah, this thing, okay? It goes like this, like, I got my bike stolen recently. I was pretty bummed out about it, but I think whoever stole it was probably more happy than I am to get it stolen, that I am sad to lose it. So the total happiness in the world technically went up, like the net happiness was up. So whatever. This is kind of what I think was going through Biden's head when he was asked that question. But when it comes to Israel, where it was like, I lost the election to an election denier recently. I was pretty bummed out about it. But he said that he would allow Israel to finally finish the job on Palestinians. So the total happiness in the world went up. So whatever. I think this is in my heart for a moment when I saw that. When I heard him say that, I was like, that's probably what was going in his head right there. Like Joe Biden has been like so ardently pro-Israel throughout his entire career that he's made like even like straight up Zionists from Israel a bit uncomfortable sometimes, the way he like literally jumps for glee. Like when I think he watches videos of Palestinians getting bombed and goes yippee. It's just the way in which it comes off that he just absolutely adores that country is just much different than other politicians who kind of view it as just kind of like a national security or like a foreign security matter, or just like your average like country relationship. It's just different the way he views it. And he said so himself. So I think it was more like this, like, I lost the election, but Trump will let Israel finish the job. And I couldn't do that as a Democrat. So the happiness in the world went up net. He said he was saved by Israel, whatever that means. Yeah, I genuinely think that like in his dreams, like he's being like bridal carried by Israel. There's just something different about that guy. there's just something a little different about that guy when it comes to Israel. It's just a little strange, but you know, whatever. If he gets out of office and Kamala Harris is even slightly better on that, I think that'd be great. Okay, so I guess we can finish it up here. Part 3. I think this should be it. So let's check this out.
The country is just starting to get to know you. I want to ask you a question about how you've described your service in the National Guard. You said that you carried weapons in war, but you have never deployed actually in a war zone. A campaign official said that you misspoke. Did you?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud. I've done 24 years of wearing
not this
uniform in
cringe.
this country. Equally proud of my service in a public.
Campaign official said that you missed service in the National Guard. You said that you carried weapons in war, but you have never deployed actually in a war zone. A campaign official said that you misspoke.
Okay, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I think all of this like walls, stolen valor stuff has been just completely cringe, drummed up by the media and conservatives, and it's not even. And people just genuinely don't care. If you want to know like some of the stuff that's happened, basically what it's all like the biggest nothing burger I've ever seen in my entire life. Basically what conservatives are doing is that they're trying to attack Walz on his military service. Already a bad idea to do when you have like actually Captain Bone Spurs on the other side, and JD Vance, who says that he was in war when he was actually a journalist. He took pictures and he wrote down what happened, and he was never actually in an active war zone either. So JD Vance is attacking Walz for saying that Walz lied about him being in a war zone when JD Vance also hasn't been in a war zone and also uses his military service to it insinuates that he's been in a war zone before when he hasn't actually. What happened is that Walz was in the National Guard. In this issue specifically, Walz was in the National Guard, and his troops, him and his squad deployed to deployed for the Iraq War, right? But the problem, they deployed to the Iraq War. There was no real problem there. That's true. He did deploy during Iraq. He just didn't deploy to Iraq. He actually deployed. His job was to take a defensive position in Italy as a part of the defensive wall for allied countries during the war while it was going on. So he was in war. He was literally deployed as a soldier during war out of the country as a part of a war effort. So like it's very clear that anybody with more than 2 brain cells to rub together can understand the fact that yes, he was in war, and yes, he carried weapons in war because he did carry weapons, and he was a part of a war effort. If anything happened in Italy, he would be fighting because he's an actively deployed active soldier, taking as a actively deployed soldier that in a place that could be a war zone, who's carrying weapons for a defensive position. If the war got there, if anything happened, he would be fighting because he's an actual soldier there. So like, yes, he was in war. Anybody who's not stupid can understand that. But they're trying to hit him over this for some reason. And I think it was stupid for the campaign to say he misspoke. He didn't misspeak. He told the truth.
Did you?
Like there's no misspeak here.
Incredibly proud. I've done 24 years of wearing the uniform of this country. Equally proud of my service in a public school classroom, whether it's Congress or the governor. My record speaks for itself, but I think people are coming to get to know me. I speak like they do. I speak candidly. I wear my emotions on my sleeves, and I speak especially passionately about our children being shot in schools and around guns. So I think people know me. They know who I am. They know where my heart is. And again, my record has been out there for over 40 years to speak for itself.
And the idea that you said that you were in war, did you misspeak as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar's not always correct. But again, if it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me, or it's an attack on my dog. I'm not going to do that. And
I'm just going to, he shouldn't. I'm just going to be honest. This is a misstep. Walz should be like, fuck you for attacking my military service. I was a part of a war effort. I was in a defensive position in Italy to defend our allies while in war as his active soldier. Like there's no misspeak there's no incorrect grammar. There's no misspeak. It's just dumbass who's trying to destroy somebody's military service and the truth, which is exactly what he said. There is no problem here whatsoever. The fact that he's like, even in a defensive position on this issue is honestly, he should handle this issue the same way Kamala handles the issue on like attacks about her race and her gender. Okay, I was deployed in a war as a part of a war effort to defend our country and our allies. Next question. That's it. I was deployed as a part of a war effort. And I respect our troops who defend our country and our allies. Next question. That's it. Like he shouldn't squabble about I'm telling you, JD Vance is also a dirty, filthy little boy. He's a dirty piglet too. He's a piglet as a part of the brood, the brood mother that birthed him and Trump. Okay. He also is a dirty pig in the muddy hole. And he's trying to drag Walls into it, and Walls he's the splashing of the filthy, grody mud is getting close to his clean shoes. That's what I'm seeing. He shouldn't get any closer. Not at all. Absolutely not.
And the one thing I'll never do is I'll never demean another member's service in any way. I never have, and I never will.
I just one other question, because again, this is all new.
Yeah.
This was not. However many days ago, this was not on either of your bingo cards, especially yours. You had to clarify that you had said that you and your wife used IVF, but it turned out you used a different kind of fertility in order to have children.
Okay, so this is also dumb as hell too. It's also super personal too. That has nothing to do with his policy proposals. Like, as you can see, all the attacks against Walls are about like his personal life and his children and his wife, and nothing about him actually being a politician, which is kind of crazy, isn't it? So what happened is that there was a speech that Walls was giving about how the topic of IVF is really personal to him, because him and his wife had fertility issues and they had to go through fertility treatments, quote, like IVF. So he said that they went through fertility treatments like IVF, which is true. He did go through fertility. They did go through fertility treatments like IVF, but he didn't do literally IVF. They went through a service that's like IVF. But then conservatives tried to attack him for apparently lying when once again, it was just the truth, is that he went through fertility treatments similar to IVF to be able to conceive their children. None of these people know a single thing about medical procedures. Like that woman that asked Jack Prosbiak like what flavors of abortion are there, and he kind of like putted around for a bit, and he was like, well, there's like the surgery and the the pill, so the like what the fuck? What are you saying? Yeah, it's dumb. Yeah, it's all like parsing. It's all like little words. So all of the attacks against Walls right now is that it looks kind of bad if you squint your eyes, cock your head, walk 30 feet backwards, and do one of these, and then close one eye. And then it starts to look a little bad when it comes to the things Walls has said in his record. But outside of that, your average person is going to be like, what the hell? What are you talking about? I looked through some of the stuff, like, because when I was watching some conservative election prediction videos, and they were like, Walls is getting obliterated for lying about his military record, destroying the faith in our the military officers. He's gonna get obliterated. We're gonna destroy this guy. Like all that like cope and cringe. And now Walls is still to this very day the most appreciated candidate in the entire. He has the highest approval rating of any candidate in this entire race, still, even above Carmilla. But yeah, so I looked into the stuff and I was like, is that it? Every time I watched, I was like, is that it? Because dude, there'd be like these conservative posts of these damning headlines about Walls, like these horrible lies that he's told about like his military service, and then you'd listen to the clip, and I'd be like, he didn't say a single thing wrong. I had to go to the comment section to be like, is that, bitch, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you being for real right now?
And then when you ran for Congress in 2006, your campaign repeatedly made false statements about a 1995 arrest for drunk and reckless driving.
I'm going to be honest with you. If he's a Midwesterner, drunk driving, like that's a positive on his resume, personally. What a boy can't have a little road beer? He can't have his little road sippy? I mean, come on.
What do you say to voters who aren't sure whether they can take you at your word?
Well, I've been very public. I think they can see my students come out, former folks I've served with, and they do.
Yeah, I think a DUI is mandatory in Minnesota.
The one thing I'll tell you,
like Minnesota, Iowa. Yeah,
I wished in this country wouldn't have to do this. I spoke about our infertility issues because it's hell, and families know this. And
sweet treat.
I spoke about the treatments that were available to us that had those beautiful children there. That's quite a contrast in folks that are trying to take those rights away from us. And so I think people know who I am. They know that record. They've seen that. I've taught thousands of students. I've been out there. And I won't apologize for speaking passionately, whether it's guns in schools or protecting of reproductive rights. The contrast could not be clearer between what we're running against. The vice president's position on this has been clear. And I think most Americans have been through that. I don't think they're cutting hairs on IVF or IUI. I think what they're cutting hairs on is an abortion ban and the ability to be able to deny families the chance to have a beautiful child.
Thank you. That he's stepping away from the muddy hole. He sees that filthy piggy, that dirty, that chubby little nasty piglet trying to lure him into his muddy pit like a pink bald siren. And he's stepping away. I like to see it. Do never apologize. Never apologize to a conservative. Never ever apologize to a conservative. I'm telling you, never do it. Never say sorry to these people. The only thing that they respect is power, honestly. Some like your average like, conservatives these days are like mad ooga booga. They're like mad like caveman ooga booga bonk. Like that's the only thing that they respect. So do not apologize to them in any way, shape, or form. Never. Yeah, some of them are real peasant brand, waiting for me lord to give them another ration of wheat.
Vice President Harris, you were a very staunch defender of President Biden's capacity to serve another 4 years. Right after the debate, you insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people?
No, not at all. Not at all. I have served with President Biden for almost 4 years now, and I'll tell you, it's one of the greatest honors of my career, truly. He cares so deeply about the American people. He is so smart and
he's so
loyal
cool
to the American people. And I have spent hours upon hours with him.
He smells
in the
good.
Oval Office or the Situation Room. He has the intelligence, the commitment, and the judgment and disposition that I think the American people rightly deserve in their president. By contrast, the former president has none of that. And so, one, I am so proud to have served as vice president to Joe Biden. And two, I am so proud to be running with Tim Walz for president of the United States and to bring America what I believe the American people deserve, which is a...
Yeah, I can see like every single time they ask about Biden, she's just going to be like, yeah, Biden's cool and anything. Anyways, me and Walz are going to be like, great. So just deflected away from like talking about Biden to talking about themselves. You don't want to be like dragged into a conversation about litigating Biden. He's not in the race anymore.
Forward and turn the page on the last decade of what I believe has been contrary to where the spirit of our country really lies.
But the last decade, of course, the last 3.5 years has been part of your administration.
I'm talking about an era that started about a decade ago, where there is some suggestion, warped I believe it to be, that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down, instead of where I believe most Americans are, which is to believe that the true measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. That's what's at stake as much as any other detail that we could discuss in this election.
Because we haven't had a chance to talk, I'm just curious, staying on President Biden, when he called you and said he was pulling out of the race, what was that like? And did he offer to endorse you right away, or did you ask for it?
It was a Sunday, so here, I'll give you a little too much information.
Go for it. There's no such thing, Madam Vice President.
My family was staying with us, and including my...
I am not gonna lie. It is a big who cares. You know what? This is the part of a character's backstory that gets off screened. You know, like you're not like it's not important to the story. You don't need to like spare some panels for it. Like this is stuff that you askers in chat. Any askers in chat? Any askers in chat? Because I actually don't remember asking about this, and I kind of don't care. Yeah, this is what goes in the light novel. This is the background for the character that goes in the light novel. Okay, this is filler. Yeah, this is what they put in the filler. Yeah, I do. I'm gonna be real. I do not. Well, I don't know. Maybe she says something funny here. Let's give her a second.
Baby nieces, and we had just had pancakes, and you know, Auntie, can I have more bacon? Yes, I'll make you more bacon. And then we were sitting down to do a puzzle, and the phone rang, and it was Joe Biden, and he told me what he had decided to do, and I asked.
Yeah, her smile's gone. I no longer care.
It was very clear that he was going to support me.
So when he called to tell you, he said,
I think history is going to show that our allies back together and have common rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity, is one that he has been. The character of the man is one that he.
I really don't care.
I don't know as a father I could have ever imagined that. I'm grateful for so many reasons to be on this ticket, but that moment, to understand what was really important, to have my son feel a sense of pride in me, that I was trying to do the right thing. And it was, you try and protect your kids, it brings notoriety and things, but it was just such a visceral, emotional moment that I'm grateful I got to experience it, and I'm...
You know what's really, if you think about it for a second, when was the last time you saw a conservative, like national politician have like a normal human interaction with their children? You ever think about that? Like, because I have not. The last time I saw Donald Trump speak to his kids was when speak to his kids is when he said that if Ivanka wasn't his daughter, he'd be fucking the shit out of her. And like that boy ain't right. There's just something wrong with those guys, and I don't know, man. I was just like, they treat their family members like they're just there for photo ops. It's so weird. It's such peculiar behavior. That's my dad. No Trump kid ever. Yeah, that's true. I don't know, man. It's just they're just different types of people. Just none of them have had like a normal, cool reaction with their children that humanizes them like in any real way. I'm gonna be honest, and it's kind of sad. I'm gonna be real. I remember like when we talked about Walls's son crying as for joy as he was watching his dad do something so amazing, like accepting a nomination for the Vice President of the United States. And I was like, conservatives couldn't understand that reaction because the only time their kids cry for them is when they're beating them. And I think that's, I don't know, maybe it's true, because them attacking this boy for like just being happy that his father was able to do something so cool is, I don't know, there's obviously something wrong with them, right? There has to be something wrong with them to say stuff like that. There has to be. And so yeah, I don't know. It's just I've seen normal reactions between Kamala Harris and her family, normal interactions between Walls and his family. I have never seen a normal interaction between between Trump and his family. Like, do you know that he's actually jealous of like Barron Trump? Like, he doesn't like pictures of him with and Barron Trump together because he doesn't like how like Barron hype mogs him because he randomly turned out to be like a fucking like Nephilim when it comes to his height. Like he accidentally popped out like a Nephilim and he's just like, what the hell? Because that boy is just like he's Slenderman pilled for some reason. I don't even know what's going on there. A giant? Yeah, like a bit. Have you seen how tall he is? He's huge. He looks so strange. He's so peculiar. Standing next to his papa. Well, I mean, Trump was at Barron's graduation. When was that? He like waved at him at his high school graduation, I guess. He was like, "Hey, son." Even then, he looked kind of weird. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, here's him and Barron. Those Slavs. Yeah, he's just too big. He's just too large of a person. There's something wrong with him. What, you guys, some of you haven't seen Barron Trump before? Really? Yeah, he's massive. He's so peculiar in his height. He is a Nephilim. I'm not joking. Look at this. It's cartoonish. What did they feed him? He ended. Oh, did he fart? He's farting? How long? Oh, apparently Shady's been like gassing out the GF because he's farting next to her. Come on, Shade. Come on, buddy. You gotta go. You can't be gassy. Come on, go, out. Come on, buddy. Good boy. Out, go, out, go. Come on, go. Go. He's gonna go find a spot to lay down now. He can go fart in peace. You good? He said it smells like Brussels sprouts. Yeah, he hit her with a chemical weapon attack. Yeah, he's just way too large. It's a little unsettling, I'm gonna be real. It's a bit unsettling. Also, conservatives have started to like latch on to Barron Trump a lot. There's like a mini cult building around Barron Trump. I'm not sure if you guys have seen it. I want to talk about it at some point, but there's like this little cult building around Barron Trump in this really weird way that has been happening. For what? They think he's like the uber tall Aryan Giga Chad who's going to height mog all the simps and the betas and the normies and lead in like a new era or something. It's really weird. Yeah, they really love Barron Trump. There's just like a little cult building around him. A bunch of them are groypers. Let me see if I saved anything about it. Let me see. Conservatives being weird? No way. Yeah, there's like this mini online cult being built around Barron Trump. It's quite peculiar. Let me see if I can just find some stuff about it. Oh wait, was it that they're like making fan cams of him? Is this it? Is this what I'm talking? Is this what this is? Yeah, like some of them started making like fan cams about Barron Trump. They want him to be like a part of like a dynasty. They think he's hot. Oh yeah, and like they started posting stuff like this. They're posting, they're like, oh my god, he's a living Greek statue. He's as tall as one too. Like, bro, you don't have to build a weird political right wing cult around him. You could just say that you think he's hot. Like, stop being weird about it. Oh my god, he's so Julius Caesar pilled. He's Augustus pilled. They're already considering Barron Trump a future president. They're building a little cult around the kid. It's quite peculiar. He's still a kid. He just graduated high school. Let me see if there's any more about it. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Like Barron standing next to his dad. It just keeps getting funnier because it's like he just keeps getting taller. Like he has a full head on Donald. Look at that. He has a full head on him. He actually has to look up at him to tell him to like pick up his clothes. And throughout Trump's presidency, he just continued to grow taller. He just kept expanding. He tall as hell. Yeah, he's way too big. Yeah, it's chat, like this is what I mean when I say that Trump doesn't have a normal reaction with his children. You know how Walz was asked about his kids and like Harris is asked about her kids and her family, and they give like normal like human responses about like how like they love their kid and stuff. When Donald Trump was asked about Barron, like this is what he said.
He's a good tall guy too, very tall.
How tall is he now?
I'd say 6'8".
Oh my goodness.
So he's up there, right?
Yeah.
But he's a great young man, and he's a very good student. And I think he's doing a good job, Barron. I think he's doing a very good job.
He's 17 now, Barron, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He's very tall. He's a good student. He's doing a good job. Good job. Yeah. Yeah, look. Midas Touch put together a little thing on it. Barron Trump today is at Doral, Florida, with Donald Trump speaking. He's his youngest son. Barron is more important than anyone knows. Even Trump said he was there for a special time. The future of the Republican Party is Barron Trump. Welcome to the fight. They don't know anything about this kid besides the fact that he's like tall. That's it. My friend Barron Trump just got a standing ovation from 45,000 people in Doral, Florida. This is the time. This is the first time he's ever done this, Trump said. This guy is the political future. He seems like a really good role model for young boys everywhere. Hopefully Gen Z kids can follow his footsteps. Oh, what the fuck? Not him having like the mini Trump comb over at like 17. I'm a parent of a mini me as well. Barron Trump for president. We adore his marvelous journey. We love him. 4 years of Trump, 8 years of Junior, 8 years of Eric, 8 years of Barron. Chat, look, they actually want to do like a dynasty. They actually want like a Trump fucking dynasty. Remember what I told you? They think that they want him to be the God King Emperor of the United States. They want the God King bloodline of the United States as well. Literal You're so right. From earlier, you're right. Peasant brain. They are actually peasants. You are so right. You can take the peasant out of the fields, but you can't take the field out of the peasant. What the hell? Look at this. They're really peasants. One, please crown your king, please crown your son our new king, my lord. Please height Margas to the future, my lord. We love the prince, my lord. Oh man, why the hell do we have to live amongst these damn peasants? What the fuck? What the hell? Why? Who cursed us to live amongst the peasants like this? Actual peasant class. They're gonna 4 more years themselves back to the fields. Peasant maxing. The MAGA serfdom will be stronger than ever. All right. Well, it seems like that was the interview. Chat, what do you think about the interview? All right. I'd like to know your opinions. Chat, give me your little opinions about the interview. It sucked ass. I didn't think it was too bad. I think it was all right. For what I was expecting from her, I thought it was fine. I think the real problem came with Dana Bash. I think her questions. Remember when I was like Dana Bash, more like Dana Ass? I think I was right. I think I actually was right that she really is Dana Ass, because those questions were terrible. Right? Like, too long? Bitch, it was 30 minutes. Actually, it was less than 30 minutes, because the first one was 10 minutes. The second one was 8 minutes, and the last one was 10 minutes. Yeah, Dana Bash, I'm tired. Listen, you're right. I should have kept the Subway Surfer up. You're right. That part's my fault. I'm messing with you. I think she could have been asked way better questions. That was like, it was kind of nothing, really. It was really nothing. I'm tired, Bose. I would really think that I was expecting some more like did she ask any economic much economic policy like at all? Right? Like, hey, dive into that housing policy and your idea like on the housing being like a human right. Hey, they didn't even talk about healthcare at all once during the entire interview. She didn't like bring up healthcare. Once they talked about the environment for like a second. Man, that was terrible. Yeah, Dana, I can see why CNN has fallen off to a lot of people and they've jumped ship to the MSNBC boat, I guess, because like you can say whatever you want about MSNBC. Like, I know they go crazy over there on MSNBC. Sometimes I take a look at some MSNBC clips. I'm like, this is kind of just left. This is kind of like left of center Fox News a bit, and I'm kind of feeling it because I think we should be a little demonic to those conservatives every now and again. They bring it upon themselves, so it's not my fault. But yeah, I think I don't know, like those questions were terrible. I do think she should have had an interview with like Rachel Maddow. You know who she needs to have an interview with? Chris Matthews. Or what is he? Chris Matthews? Is that his name? My bad, Chris Hayes, not Chris. Fuck Chris Matthews. Chris Hayes. Chris Hayes. If she had an interview with like Chris Hayes, I think that would actually be a good interview. Like, genuinely. I think Chris Hayes is actually like a pretty decent guy. Chris Hayes is my favorite guy on it, like that MSNBC like has thrown out. Yeah, I think if Chris Hayes got an interview with Kamala Harris, I do think that we'd actually get some good stuff. Mehdi Hassan, like I think they'd get some good stuff. He'd ask her about the Muslim ban that she instituted at the DNC, true, but I think he would also ask about like actually important things. That was just a garbage doo poo poo interview. Like that was, yeah, that was bad. And they cut it up to those weren't all the questions that they asked either. So they cut out things from the interview. And so that was like the highlight reel. CNN is ass. CNN is so ass. Like, I don't know. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be a bully, Chad. Don't let me bully CNN too bad. But I think CNN, that was just, yeah, Dana Bash was a horrible choice. Heck CNN. All my homies hate CNN. This election is about appealing to suburban white women like Dana. I'm gonna be just like really honest with you. I think a lot of suburban white women are even a bit to the, I think suburban white women would have liked a better interview than what Dana put on. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think suburban white women care about Walls's like military squabbles with conservatives much. I just don't think so. I think Dana Bash is like a bad representative of like the wine mom demographic. I'm just gonna be real. I genuinely think so. I know wine moms, okay? Moms love me. I have no clue why, but like moms appreciate my presence. Moms are like moms like me. People's like my friends, just random people's moms, they just like appreciate me. So I know some moms, okay? And like those moms are like those moms are way more chill than Dana. Yeah, suburban people have shifted left a bit, which is good. You know how to please the motherly nodes? Lord, I hope so. Chat, you want to look at some polls? You want to be poll hogs? You want to hop in the muddy poll hole? Do a little update real quick. So national polls, how the national polls looking on Kamala Harris, the poll coaster. So the last couple of days, Kamala Harris's lead over Trump has dropped a bit from a height of 3 point, I think 8. We saw an 8 in here. Is that right? Yeah. No, that was 2.8. Oh, 3.7 on the 23rd, down to about 3.2. Basically no movement whatsoever. Honestly, there's basically no movement whatsoever in the 538 model here. But there are some pretty good polls that came out, actually, that are really worth looking at. One thing that I want you to keep in mind, if I have any poll hogs in chat, like people, like I'm not sure if anybody, you can one in chat if you're the type of person who likes to keep track of polls that have come out recently. But if you're somebody who really wants to take a dive into polls and like watch some polls for the rest of the election cycle, one word of advice is that be very careful, because there's a lot of right-wing pollsters that are really dropping a whole bunch of polls. A lot of those like high quality reputable pollsters just aren't dropping as many polls as I think that they should, and they're just not dropping that many polls at all, honestly. It's pretty curious what we've seen, and I'm not and like I don't think it's like crazy or anything, but I mean, just take a look at this, right? So we have the right-wing pollsters here. Redfield Wilson, that's a right-wing pollster. SoCal Strategies, this is literally Red Eagle Politics poll, right? Like this is this boy's poll. him and his boyfriends made a poll. So those guys started polling as well. I know RGM. RGM is the new pollster from Remington, the actual Remington guy. Like if you know, like, my bad, Rasmussen, sorry. The Rasmussen guy. If you know the Rasmussen Reports poll, the guy who made Rasmussen Reports left Rasmussen Reports, the company, and started a new company, RGM Research. So he's still a conservative, and he still does a conservative poll. So like this guy, he started polling as well, and Rasmussen is still polling these days. Echelon Insights, that is led, the lead pollster there is also a conservative. Qantas, I've never heard of this bullshit in my entire life, but these guys are also a Republican pollster. Like Faberos, these guys are a Republican pollster, and then like obviously RGM again. So there's a lot of like right-wing pollsters dropping polls recently, which is kind of funny because even though there's a lot of right-wing polls dropping over more left-wing polls and more like middle of the road and high quality polls dropping, Kamala Harris still maintains an over 3-point lead over Donald Trump still to this very day, which I think is is really funny. It bodes really well for her that even in conservative polls, like once again, Red Eagles poll still can't, for the life of them, still can't come up with a poll that has Donald Trump leading. They still can't do it, and still show Trump and still show Harris with a 2-point lead in both the registered voter and likely voter sample. Like these guys can't even come up with Trump in the lead. Rasmussen, that guy can't come up with Trump in the lead either, still dropping +3 polls on a national level too. So this is pretty good. That's pretty good for her. A lot of decent polls have come out. But one thing that I also think is important to look at too is don't just look at the raw number for those polls. Like don't just look at like what this poll says here. Look at what the poll said in the past. Right? So what I mean is that look at the trends of the polls themselves, not just like this poll says this, that poll says that. Because there are many polls out there that have polled previously, and I like political polls. This poster here, who posts polls, because not only do they post polls, they also post the rating of the pollster through 538's poll rating system, and also if they have a last poll, the last poll that they drop. They actually do some pretty good work, and I appreciate their work. I like these guys a decent amount. The only thing that they don't do is they don't post a link to the poll. There's another polling profile that does that, which I think is pretty good. But yeah, so take a look here. So this Ipsos poll, Reuters Ipsos and Ipsos specifically are a really good pollster, and they're really accurate from 2016 all the way up through 2022. All of those years, both general election and midterm election. Well, what I mean, like presidential election and midterm elections, they do a pretty good, decent job when it comes to polling. And right now, their last poll went from Harris +1 to Harris +4. That's really good. You even take a look at here, Change Research, C-rated pollster, but they went from tie to Harris +5. It went from this poll, Clarity Campaign went from Harris +1 to +6. This poll too here, Redfield Wilston, this right-wing pollster, this conservative pollster, last poll that they did of Michigan was Trump +1, and it moved to Harris +3. That's a 4-point move in a conservative pollster. And here they had Georgia move in the opposite direction from a tie to Trump +2, but also the margins are just horrendous in this poll, 44 and 42. This basically means nothing, if I'm going to be honest with you. This is Redfield Wilson again. No, this is Insider Advantage. Insider Advantage is a bit conservative too, but it's whatever. They're still a pretty decent pollster. And they came out with Harris. This poll's weird because I saw this earlier and I was like, what the hell am I looking at? Because Nevada, North Carolina, and Arizona are further to the right of Georgia, which, what? What? Like, I get North Carolina being to the right of Georgia. Okay, sure. Arizona and Nevada being to the right of Georgia? Dog, what are you saying? What is this poll? What is this? What is this poll? Yeah, like in this Trafalgar dropped. Wait, this is so funny. Trafalgar dropped a poll. Trafalgar, like a crazy Republican pollster. These guys are insane, actually. The conservative, just to let you know how weirdo conservative Trafalgar is, the guy who's their like lead pollster wears a fucking unironically wears a bow tie. Okay, so that's how you know the type of people we're working with here at Trafalgar. But these guys released a poll with Trump up 2 in Pennsylvania, up 1 in Wisconsin. Still horribly small margins for Trump, even in the most like hacky garbo pollsters we've ever seen. Super surprising. Super surprising. This is really good for Harris. In this ActiVote poll, ActiVote isn't a very good pollster, but only 400 people. Last poll +7 for Trump, to +9 for Trump in Texas. I'm not sure how much I believe that, but whatever. I would like to see some good polling from like anywhere. Thankfully, USA Today, Survey USA dropped a poll, and these guys are actually pretty good. A+ pollster actually. In Nebraska, obviously Trump is winning, but in Nebraska's 2nd district, Harris has a 5-point lead on Trump, which is really good. That's really, really good. So yeah, cool stuff. Taking a look over to VoteHub. Now VoteHub, if some of you guys have seen me use VoteHub before, some of you know it, some of you don't. VoteHub is a polling aggregate put together by just Twitter users with way too much time on their hands who decided to make a polling aggregate that only uses high quality polls. So polls from 538, polls that 538 has deemed as A+ to B-, those polls specifically, and not Nate Silver's new polling aggregate, because Nate Silver has fucking like, I think Trafalgar as like a B poll, and Rasmussen as a B poll, as a B- poll too. So yeah, like Nate Silver is, we're not going to be worrying about Nate Silver for a little bit here, just for a moment. But I'll talk about him in just a second. Well, his model in just a second. Anyways, here on VoteHub, something really interesting is that we're looking at is that Harris has like bumped up her lead a bit, and now she leads by 2.9 in high quality polls. These are all just high quality polls, not just polls in general. Let's go gambling. But what's even more important than just the national margin, which would, if this was the case, put her in a good, pretty good position to win the election in general. She is also leading in enough states to be able to win the election just outright, with a less than 1 point lead in Arizona, going all the way up to about a 5-point lead in New Hampshire, and her closest state that she's fighting for with Trump right now is actually Georgia, which isn't too bad, with Trump still winning by the hair on his chinny chin with a 1/10 of a point lead, fighting for his life in Georgia, 1/10 of a point. So yeah, that things aren't really going too well. Things aren't going too well for Trump. He's getting kind of bodied here, I'm not gonna lie. Where's Nevada? Am I like dumb? Is Nevada here? Texas, Florida. Here it is, Nevada. I'm gonna put Nevada in like the Democrats column, because national Democrats always poll worse than they do in Nevada. I think she's also winning Nevada. I'd throw Nevada in there, and I would remove 6 from Trump's lead here, put him at 251, and bump up Harris closer to 300. That seems way more likely to be what we see here. So I think this is really cool. So Harris has actually been doing quite well. Now, people are hanging on to Nate Silver's model. Trump supporters have been like huffing copium on Nate Silver's model, if you guys have seen it. Once again, if I have any like poll hogs in here, some of you all may have seen this. Nate Silver's model says that Donald Trump is in the lead now, not his polling average, but his the model that he made to model out the election to give a probabilistic chance in the election. If we scroll down, he put it behind a paywall. He put that bitch behind a paywall. Wait a second. He released it not too long ago. Oh yeah, he did slap that bitch behind the paywall. He released it. But he released a version to see of it like a bit ago. Let me see if I can find it real quick for you. He just released this. Wait, why can't I find this anymore? What the heck is going on? What is happening? What is happening? Did he delete it? He didn't delete it, did he? Did he really? Are you serious? I can't find it. Wait, what? Wait, did he delete it? Wait. Destroying the evidence? Is he destroying the evidence? Oh yeah, he's not showing his model anymore. As far as I see. Oh, very strange. Doing what now? Yeah, Nate Silver has a probabilistic model of the election. And the point of that model is to just give like percentage chances of each candidate winning the election. Right? So wait, is it here? I really feel like it was here just a moment ago. I think his ass might be destroying the evidence. What the hell's happening? Or maybe I just can't find it. Maybe I'm looking at something else. Well, here's this. Somebody pulled this up, right? I think this is behind a paywall at the moment, but yeah, the Electoral College probability, he's now rating Donald Trump as being more likely to win the election than Kamala Harris. And this is a change from his model for the last the entire time that Kamala Harris has been in the race. And we've had like quality polls out. The reason is because you're going to see a lot of conservatives say, like, give you a bunch of back and forths on why this is the case. The reason for why, were you thinking of this? No, this is what I'm on right now, bestie. The page I'm on right now. He's showing polls included in the model. But he has the model behind the paywall at the moment. No, what you're looking at is what's on that page right here. This is a polling average. This is looking at the polling averages for the states, broken down by state specifically, and then this is like all the polls that have come out that he has that goes into the model. But the model's down here. I thought he at least released a picture of it for me to see, just to look at, because I know I saw it. I just don't know what he did with it. I don't know. I guess it's just gone for now. Yeah. Emma Goldude, thank you so much for the tier 2 subscription. Yo, favorite emote out for Emma Goldude. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, bestie, for joining the frenzy and being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. You're such an underrated YouTuber and political commentator. Will you go on Dylan Burns Hippy Dippy? I mean, sure. I mean, sometime. I've been on Hippy Dippy before. I've been on Hippy Dippy a couple times. I commentated Hippy Dippy before. So I mean, sure. Yeah, Dylan's a cool guy. And thank you so much for the tier 2. I appreciate you. Yeah, so here's this. The reason for why, okay, if you ever see people throwing around Silver's model, the reason for why it's giving Trump a higher chance to win the election right now is because it's penalizing Kamala Harris, actually. So some of you all may know how these models kind of work. Some of them don't. They work on sort of like historical trends, and I'm kind of guessing about where the polls should be, right? So they're models on like where the polls should be, how the polls should act, where they think people should be at points in time in the election. And if they reach certain goals or if they don't reach certain goals, it like throws up or down their probabilistic chances of winning the election at the moment. So he's giving Kamala. So at the moment, he's giving Kamala Harris a like negative 2 points. He's giving Kamala Harris a 2-point penalty in the overall average of the polls that go into the average. So even though the polling average right now is sitting at what, like Harris +2, something like that, like 3, something along those lines, at 3.5, he's taking 2 points off of her margin. So she's only leading in the model by 0.5, meaning that now like Pennsylvania is like now like quite up for grabs for Trump, and he would also be leading in North Carolina and Georgia and all these other states, as well as Nevada too. Why? Because he said he coded the model to think that Kamala Harris should be getting a 2-point bump in the poll, right? A 2-point bump at the polls right now after the DNC. And so he's giving her a 2-point penalty to guesstimate the where she should be by trying to level out the polling bump that he thinks she should have. And since she hasn't shown like a massive polling bump, like a 2-point polling bump or more in the polls, it's giving her like worse chances in the polls right now for like no real reason. I'm not sure if I would say she's not experiencing a polling bump. I mean, if we can look here in Vote Hub, she's very clearly starting to pull away from Trump even more. Now, whether or not this is like a natural pulling away or this would be considered a bump, I don't know. I will say that in recent elections, we haven't had a sort of traditional polling bump. Biden didn't get a polling bump. Clinton and Trump got a way smaller polling bump than both Romney, Obama in both elections, and McCain got when they were running. I just think polling bumps just kind of don't exist in our environment anymore, if I'm going to be honest with you. And if you take a look at the individual national polls here, you'll see the trend is starting to be trending. If I'm going to be real with you, the trend to genuinely be trending in an upwards direction, and Kamala Harris is closing in on starting to pull like a 3-point lead. She's getting kind of close. The tipping point margin, which is the margin that the tipping point state is, meaning the state that would hypothetically give either candidate what they need to reach 270, is starting to sit more firmly in her column and move up. The bias right now for the Electoral College is sitting right under 2 points as well. So we're looking pretty good. I can't lie. So right now the Electoral College bias is about like 1.7, meaning that that's about as much as she would need to win. Kamala Harris would need to win the election right now. So yeah, things are going pretty good for Kamala Harris, I will say. They're not like perfect. Pennsylvania is still being very sticky in some of these polls. The base that she needs to be able to win the election has not fully formed yet. But when it comes to it has not fully formed yet, but when it comes to if it will form, it's getting pretty close. That Obama-Biden coalition is getting quite strong, honestly, and people are really coming home. So I would say that the likelihood of her doing even better here in the future is very high. All the polls that I've been seeing the trend has been in one direction, and that is in Kamala Harris's direction. Like every single poll goes like Trump +2, Harris +1 to 4, or something like that. The movement has been moving. She is moving mountains, honestly, and I'm kind of here for it. I'm here for it. If she beats Donald Trump, it'll be so funny. I said on Twitter, but I'll say it again. If Kamala Harris wins, bad news for Harris is going to be in my vocabulary forever. I'm never gonna let that go. It's so funny. Bad news for Kamala Harris, and the honeymoon is over. Anytime, I'm gonna say ironically, the honeymoon is over so much here in the future. Chat, I hope you're ready for it. The honeymoon is over. The honeymoon is finished. All right, but I think that's all I got for today. It's 12. My ass wants to go to bed. I'm gonna be real with you. I think we're about good. I think we're about good for today. What do you think, chat? We've covered quite some stuff. About like a little 4-5 hour stream. Yeehaw. Chat, who do you think we should raid? Yeah, it's the honeymoon that never ends. The absolute infinite honeymoon. Isn't that scary? Don't worry, chat. One day the honeymoon will be finished. Don't worry. One day people are going to think that she's so cringe. I promise, please. The honeymoon will be over soon. I promise, please, please. Great stream. Had a great time. Well, I'm happy. Thank you. Jack is on. You're so right. You're so right. Let's give her a little raid. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I appreciate you. It's been a great stream. And I hope to have you back for another meme stream. Yo, now this is some outro music. Gimme that. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's perfect. Join the raid, everyone. Join the raid. And I hope to see you again. Take care.